that would be a really big deal.
It kind of sets the tone of the match indeed, and we might be seeing like a knight maneuver to f4, and that is a square where the knight really wants to be on, especially if you can support it with a pawn, for example, pawn to e5, and there would be a lot of pressure not only on the position of white but also on the king as you're targeting g2 pawn as well.
For sure, knight f4 is among black's top ideas. Rook a c1, rook a c8 has been thrown in. And who does that benefit? Well, I don't think it benefits white because now a6 is a direct threat as well. Rook fd1.
Right. Yeah, the more pieces go off the board, on the one hand, you would say it weakens the pawn on c4 even more. But on the other hand, it's one of black's ideas to start an attack, whether that's on the king or on the opponent's pieces. So the more pieces are being traded off, the better I feel like it is for Raunak here.
Yeah, but what I'd say here is that, oh, there's a cool line here. If we pull up the analysis board. So if black trades on d1, white has to take back, I assumed, with the queen. Then there's a6, knight c3, queen c4, knight e2, which looks like it wins the rook. But it turns out that black has this move, rook d8. Oh, this is happening. Oh my God, this is literally on the board.
Wow.
So no way. Oh, it's on the board. It's all on the board, and rook d8 is about to be played. Oh, queen takes e2. Queen takes e2.
Oh, that's even better.
Oh, what a game by Mohamed Muradli. And it's over.
Wow, you just guessed almost the entire game, Danya.
Well, I could tell that it was what Raunak was going for, because it looks like it wins the black rook, but queen takes e2. Oh, that is a savage tactic, and that wasn't even the only move. But it wins the game, and Muradli taking game one.
That was absolutely insane. That was such a clean play by Mohamed Muradli. I mean, he had a great position from the start, and he just finished the game like it was nothing, like it was all in his hands.
Oh my goodness, that was so smooth. I mean, he just completely outplayed him from the opening, and that bishop e5 check line, I don't think we're going to see Raunak repeating that, because clearly Muradli demonstrated that he knew all the theory, and white was not contending for anything more than, you know, a slight disadvantage after the opening.
Right. And now in the next game, we see Queen's Gambit, and Raunak decided to take on c4 early on, which is really interesting. Typically, you want to wait out the bishop move.
Yeah. No, this is kind of an insipid Rogozin knight e4. I've seen this line before. Knight e4, queen e7, a3, bishop a5, I think. And then white has three different ways to capture on d4. He takes with the queen. Looks pretty equal-ish to me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what I found really fascinating here is that white's pieces are almost all developed. He castled, the rooks are almost out, the knights and the bishop are out. Like, they're already developed, and black is kind of stuck on the 8th rank right now.
Yeah, and I feel like if you showed this to someone like Capablanca, he would be like, what is this? You know, what is this crap? Like, I'm not playing like this. But nowadays, people are a lot more tolerant of, you know, space disadvantages, because I think the philosophy is that black has no targets and no weakness. I personally don't like playing these kinds of positions with black, but I suppose the point is that black's position is incredibly solid despite being cramped.
Right. Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I mean, I also don't really like playing in such positions where you're like, you know, tied down to the 7th and 8th rank, but it definitely allows you to like at least have some play like later on, because if there's nothing that white can do against you, surely you're doing something right.
Right. And I mean, the EMAB are creeping up here in white's favor. Is there bishop takes c6? Yeah, he takes it. And there's okay, but now you cannot take the knight because of rook d8 check there and bishop d7. So you have to go for the damaged pawn structure, and the knight on c5 is a beast, which is supported by the rook.
Yeah, and this bishop c8 is not having a great time. Like, you can't play e5 to free the bishop. Even if you get to play like by playing f6, e5, it's way too slow, and it feels like the knights will just dominate those bishops.
Right. No, this is bad. This is bad for black. Okay, Muradli goes a5, trying to create a little bit of space for himself. I think he's also preparing rook b8, and he wants to target the only target in the position, I think, the b2 pawn.
Right. And he's also trying with a5, he's also trying to play bishop a6 at the same time. I mean, it's a square that's available to the bishop now without losing the piece. And if knight takes a6, rook takes a6, you're at least defending the pawn on c6.
Right. That's a great point. Yeah, the question is, how does white put pressure? He goes knight d4, but immediately met with bishop f6.
94, wow, what a maneuver. At the same time, attacking on c6 and also threatening knight b6 if you are up for that.
Yep. Okay. So now you could take the knight, but then you have problems with the c6 pawn. Bishop a6 by Mohammed. Oh, now you can't play rook takes c6 because of bishop d4, ed, and bishop b5. Nice detail.
Right, and knight b6 is not going to cut it, sadly.
No, because of bishop c6 and bishop a. And if you go knight c6, then there's still bishop b5, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, so what is really nice to see in this match so far is that both players are spending quite some time on their moves, and it's not like there's a big outlier, like someone is spending a lot of time and there's someone that is playing really quickly. Both players are taking their time. Obviously, it's a 5+1 portion right now, but it's good to see that there's no big time differences so far.
Yeah, they both seem to be pretty comfortable, like they're settling into the match. But this is already kind of an important game early on. If Muradli can hold this, or if Raunak can hold this, I guess, then at least he'll keep the lead to 1 point. If Muradli wins this, the lead immediately grows to 2, and that's when we enter Nihal against Christopher Yu territory, right? You just deliver the sucker punch early, and then and then it's just hard to come back, even though there's all this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see, okay, we see after a long thought by Muradli, we see knight c5 being played. Very curious to see what he has in mind, because he spent quite some time on this move. But obviously, he was probably not happy moving the knight from d4 because the b2 pawn is hanging. So it makes a lot of sense he played knight c5, a very active move. But it's a bit surprising. I guess he kind of baited the bishop a6 move, because now knight b6 is not so great anymore.
Right. It's so funny. I again thought Muradli was black. I don't know why this is like, it's like my first day commentator does not know how to tell who's playing white and who's playing black. Why did I think Muradli was playing black? He literally was just black.
Oh, don't worry. I have
so
to
funny.
remind myself every time, like before I say something, I'm like, I look at the names, I'm like, okay, this person, that's the side I'm looking at right now.
Thank you for making me look better, Anna.
I got you. But yeah, Raunak is spending quite some time here as well. It is not a simple position for both sides. I mean, obviously white knows they have some sort of advantage, and black is kind of struggling to find some good play here.
I don't like bishop takes d4, though. I feel like the dark square bishop was one of black's only sources of counterplay. Now you've got this beast on c5, f4. Great move, preventing a potential e5 and opening up a pathway for the king toward the center.
Yeah, now the king is getting closer to that pawn. Is going to be able to defend everything. And this bishop on a6, if you could get it to d5, that at least it would have some purpose there. But it's not going to be able to access d5 anytime soon, and I don't see what the bishop is able to do.
You could go bishop c4 and make a deal with your opponent. There's a famous story about this, I think, Yugoslavian Grandmaster Petar Trifunovic, who was very strong GM in the 60s and 70s, and he played a lot of games against Mikhail Tal, and he hated playing Tal, but he was one of the most solid players in history, actually. So there's a famous story where he was playing Tal, and Trifunovic was better, so Tal offered him a draw, because Tal knew that was the world champion, right? So Trifunovic says, I'll accept the draw if you give me a draw on demand in the next 3 games. And Tal agreed, because he was basically lost, so it was a pretty good deal. And if you actually look at their games in the database, the next 3 games after that do indeed end in draws. He abided by his promise.
Wow.
So,
wow, that's impressive.
Making a deal with your opponent. I don't know why I thought of that. I guess bishop c4. In the meantime, not much has changed in the position, so I don't feel too bad sharing the story.
No, absolutely. Keep telling us those stories. We see h5 being played now. Raunak is trying to find a way to get out of this mess. One idea is here h4 to open up the h file for his rook. But at the same time, you might think of ideas with f6, e5. But right now, that's out of the question simply because the bishop on d7 will be hanging.
Yeah, I mean, Black has to stay put. I mean, Muradli now down below a minute. f6, stopping rook e5. How does White make progress, I guess, is the question. It looks really nice, but how do you actually, what do you attack, right?
Yeah, it's a very close position. It's hard for the rook to access anything. If the rook could get to the 7th rank, I think that would be over already. And that's why Muradli is trying to find a gap in the position. And he plays h4 because he is slightly concerned about Black moving h4 himself or even g5. So I think what Muradli should be trying for here is playing b4 and trying to open the a file. I think that could be his last resource here.
I agree. And the only issue that logistically is that if Black can get to the a file before White, rook a8, but you could try rook a1 actually. I mean, I know that looks ridiculous, but hey, I mean, you're getting ready for b4.
Yeah, and typically, like, if you play rook a1 and then follow it up by b4, typically you would say, okay, I'm not going to take the pawn then, I'm fine like this. But if you allow the capture on a5, soon a6 will follow, and the pawn is very well defended by the knight. So
yeah,
it's a little tricky here for Raunak, and that's why he goes rook a8.
Yeah, no, we're not joking. Rook a8. And okay, I think you also can play a4 and then b4. Kind of a common endgame technique to sort of block the pawn and then create a passer. And that's exactly what he's doing, and Muhammad's still playing for a win. It is possible to overpress here.
Yeah, it's not that simple actually. With the king on d5, you're not able to push the king away from there. It's not that simple. You have to be a bit careful here with the white pieces.
I would go rook a8 here, trying to get the rook to b8. And if White moves the rook away from e1, Black will have the very nasty e5, and White can't move the knight because he loses a4. All of a sudden, Muhammad is kind of tied down here. I think Black is playing for a win now. I know it may sound crazy, but Raunak is already playing for a win.
I believe so too. Yeah, I think Muradli should just leave it for what it is. Just try to go for repetition and accept the draw, because if he is going to push further, play rook b1, he will indeed, as you said, face e5, and that will not end well for him.
Move. Okay, he's 8 seconds. Now,
he listened.
He's tempting Raunak to play for a win. I think he did that deliberately because he believes in his ability to time scramble, and Raunak is not going to bite. No, Raunak's going to take a draw.
Okay, very fair draw. Muradli had quite some chances there, but Raunak defended so well.
Yeah, that was very precise defense by Sadhwani, who keeps the lead to a point and now has the white pieces, and King's Indian or Grunfeld? King's Indian or Grunfeld's? I think it's going to be King. No, okay, neither. C5.
Right. And yeah, is he going to go D5? He does. Okay. He's going to take the space in the center.
Yeah, this is a Benoni structure. And it's kind of a cross between a King's Indian and a Benoni, right? It's Black generally goes E6 on the next move, and then he takes D5. And what you'll often see from White is not C takes D5, but E takes D5 in this particular variation.
Right, and Muradli goes for E6 over here, trying to put pressure on the D pawn, and also, you want to put pressure on the center because obviously you don't have so much space. And we see a sacrifice.
That's actually pretty classic. That is, I think that's the main line. And that's very instructive. Those, watching at home, trying to get better at positional chess, what is the motivation behind the sacrifice? Well, first of all, there's this weak pawn on E3. But second of all, look at Black's control over some of these dark squares. I'm talking E5, right? A knight could get to E5, and you're never going to be able to dislodge a piece from E5. There's also the G3 square, and the other knight can get into G3. So Black is worse, I think, according to the engine here, but I personally have a soft spot for this type of sacrifice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have so much potential in this position, and the white has to prove it that they're up material, and it's not that easy. As you mentioned, the dark squares are very weak, and as soon as you push e4, the f4 square also becomes weak, as well as the d4 square. So, like, it's
Right.
a complete mess here, and I think black is going to be able to benefit a lot from that. But I'm curious to see how Raunak is going to deal with this.
Okay, so now I wasn't entirely sure why Muhammad played a6 that early. I mean, going b5 here now that you're down in exchange seems like too much, right? I mean, sacking another pawn would be, a case of too many hands spoiling the broth.
Right.
But knight coming to e5, yeah, the other knight coming to h5, and you'll survive an earthquake. I mean, black's position is rock solid.
Yeah, it's funny how quickly they jumped into this line, and now both players are spending quite some time. So it's really interesting to see. They're both exploring this position right now.
Yeah, I would contemplate going knight h5 here because it prevents rook f1. But on the other hand, it allows the c3 knight to jump into the center with knight e4. So there's a bit of a cat and mouse game here, right? Where both sides are trying to not allow the opponent to get real estate for their pieces.
Right, and with the move b6, would you say that after bishop b7, okay, now Raunak played a4, so it's out of the question to play b5 anytime soon. But would you say that after bishop b7, b5 is a potential move?
Yeah, if the knight moves away from c3, absolutely. b5 is a move. At the moment, of course, it's not logistically possible because white can take on b5 with a knight. But it's something that Muhammad is definitely gearing for. Otherwise, I don't think he'd put his bishop on b7.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, both players are taking their time. It's a complicated position. You might say obviously that Void is winning because of the exchange sacrifice, but I feel like there's for both players not much going on yet. I feel like it's pretty balanced in the sense that both players have to figure out what to do here, but it's not so clear for either side of what is going on here and how to make use of the fact of the differences in the position.
I'm just looking at Sadhwani's gaming chair. That seems pretty comfortable. I didn't go the gaming chair. I didn't go the gaming. Did you go the gaming chair route?
My gaming, you mean if I have one?
Yeah, or do you use like a regular chair?
I have a gaming chair, yeah. They're very comfy.
They're comfy, okay. I never really understood like what sets them apart, but now, I mean, Sadhwani's chair seems pretty comfortable. Anyways, as he actually is developing quite some play on the f5. He's gone g4, ambitious move. And what he's basically saying is, hey, I'll give you the e5 square. I don't care about that. What I care about is the f file.
Yeah, very interesting to see. I'm very looking forward to an attack on the king side. You would expect actually that black is going to be the one attacking on the king side, but instead we see white pushing the pawns forward. And typically these kind of structures you see black attacking, so it's a little surprising to see this change.
Yeah, but this is the issue though. He's gone g4, but what does he do now? Because a very instructive mistake here would be to go g5. You think, oh, I'm pushing the knight away, everything is good. But you've given the knight this huge square on h5, which is an outpost, even though it's on the rim. Knight is angling toward g3, and then the other knight comes into e5. So you never want to push prematurely in these types of positions. Queen d2 by Raunak.
Right. Yeah, it seems like maybe he is willing to play e4 at one point, because otherwise if the queen on d2 is not doing much and you would probably want to involve it in the attack. But it's a little difficult, as you pointed out. You can't really push those pawns too much, and you want the h-pawn to support the attack, but obviously the g4 pawn will be hanging if you play h4. So it's not so simple here for white, and black goes knight e8. I'm not sure how I feel about it, because now you're able to play g5.
Yeah, you can play g5 and shut down that knight, not allow it to move back to f6. I like that move a lot. Instead, he goes king g2. Little more slow approach, knight e2, as he starts to assemble pieces on the king side. Now, I think it's quite clear that white has the upper hand here, and Muhammad can basically only sit and wait.
Absolutely, yeah. It's becoming more clear what White's plan is, and it's really beautiful to see how he approached this position very calmly, very slowly. He's not rushing anything because typically, if you're up material, you might feel the need to rush things. But he's taking it very easy, and he's just trying to improve his position and then make sure he strikes whenever it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to win this just because of Black's immense control over the e5 square, right? This is a rock solid outpost. So White has to kind of work his way around the edges, and that's what Raunak is doing, potentially eyeing now the march of the H pawn. That's one idea. Another idea is, well, I don't know. I guess right now, this is the only one that I can see, but he can start with Rook H1. He can just sort of continually put pressure and milk Muradli's clock as well.
Right, and I think Muradli is trying to go for the b5 push again, especially now that there is very little defense for that pawn on d5, which is why he maneuvered the knight all the way to c7. But I am a bit unsure what the idea was behind bishop c8.
Yeah, what is the setup that he's aiming for? I mean, as he drops down to a minute, I guess 95, he's got to find the right opportunity to play. Like, I would consider playing it here, but I suppose he doesn't want to allow White to trade knights and open up the FL. And there's that move. It took about 30 moves from the moment we first pointed this out, but he plays it. And I don't think it does much. b5, b3.
Yeah, it doesn't do much, but I think it was about time to play it, just for the sake of it. But yeah, it doesn't do much, and I'm not really seeing like the follow-up here either. I mean, you can try playing knight b6. Maybe that was what he was considering to play, but you just face a5 or maybe even queen a5.
Mm-hmm.
b4.
He goes b4, so he locks the queen side. Who does that favor? I'm trying to figure that out. I guess it should favor White because White doesn't have to worry now about anything on the queen side. I was going to suggest knight c7 to a5. Would have been a nice move.
Sadly, knights don't move like that anymore, Danya.
I didn't get the memo. When did that? All these new rules, come on.
It's crazy, right? Yeah, it's like we upgraded chess.
It's nuts. a5 by Black completely locking up the queen side, and now knight comes to e4. And Raunak continues to make small but very steady improvements to his position. But will he be able to convert this into something concrete? I think he wants g5 and knight f6.
Absolutely. And an idea that Black has to look out for is also knight f5, a very thematic sacrifice in such positions. Right now, I feel like it's a bit too much because Muradli is defending super well, and it's unclear how he can continue the attack after that. But currently, Muradli is in time trouble, so he really needs to speed things up here. And being on the defensive side while being very low on time is not comfortable at all.
No, and he's got a lot of things to keep track of, but right now he's doing a phenomenal job as he drops back to c8. He can basically go queen e7, queen d8, and he kind of has to. As Raunak swings the knight over to f3, not liked by the eval bar. Don't go bishop e5. No, bishop g6.
He doesn't.
Oh, that's exactly the blunder I thought he might make. Oh, no.
You predicted it again, Danya. What can we do about it?
I'm on a roll. Bishop f7, rook f7. And Raunak, you got to give him a lot of credit for this game. He was so patient. Like, he just, he made a lot of improving moves. He put pressure. It's not a coincidence that Muradli blundered in time pressure.
Yeah, the patience really paid off. And just the technique, how he dealt with this position, it's very unusual to deal with it like this. So it's really instructive at the same time for all of us.
For sure. And Sadhwani with a big win. He ties the match. And okay. Next game, let's see if we see another Rogozin.
Okay. Yep. All right.
I mean, probably would be more than happy to repeat the position that they had in their second game.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, c5 is the new move. I think in the last game, Sadhwani had castled.
Right. Right, and yeah, you have those pawns in the center. I'm not sure if I'm happy about the black pawns over there on c5 and d5 because they can be very vulnerable.
No, I hate playing these positions with black.
Straight up.
Like, straight up. Hey, I tried it. I mean, I still play the Rogozin from time to time, but yeah, when I see these pawns, even this structure I don't like, because there's always this weak pawn on d5, and white's constantly playing like e4 and tearing everything apart. And you have to know this so well in order to play it well. But if you do, you know, this is one of the best objective openings, I think, for black. And Raunak is doing a fantastic job here.
Yeah, I think so too. Bishop on f5 now. Now he's kind of showing the power of this the center, the pawns in the center, because now that the pawns are on light squares, like he's really dominating on that diagonal over there. And this bishop on e2 looks very bad. It is trying to go to f3 now, which is why knight e2 was played. But yeah, I feel like black is doing a great job dealing with this position.
Yeah, no, and this bishop f3 e4 idea actually is very strong. It's Muradli's only chance at counterplay, really. I mean, without it, he's got no way to stop the eventual pawn storm on the queen side, b5, a5, b4. So how does Raunak deal with this? I think we're going to see bishop f3, and we do.
Right, now you have to defend that pawn.
Free move e4.
Yeah, I don't even see how you can counter the pre-move. I mean, I guess if I take on d4, then it doesn't even help the pre-move.
Bishop c2.
Oh yeah, you can play bishop c2 just before e4, right?
that's a bullet move if I've ever seen one.
All right, yeah, he's taking his time because it's not easy. Not only is d5 hanging, but as you mentioned, e4 is also there. Okay, he goes bishop e6, he retreats it. And there's no pre-move. I'm sorry to say that, Daya.
Disappointing. Come on, these players, they're just so slow, and it's just not interesting to watch. Okay, so e4. No, but this is all of a sudden looking a lot better for it. Look at how the landscape has changed. Because after DE, if we bring up the analysis board here, knight takes e4, queen e7, whoop, knight swings into c5, and black's entire position is starting to come apart here at the seams.
Yeah, suddenly there's a lot of things going on there, and 97, it kind of traps the queen. I would not feel comfortable with that, but it's doing fine over there. It's still doing fine. And rook b1 trying to pinch that pawn on the b7. And yeah, white has a fantastic position, I feel like.
Rook e1, yeah. No, this bishop f3, e4 idea has completely changed the course of the game. And Mohammed also with 4 minutes on his clock, plenty of time to generate further attacking options. Queen a4 looks pretty appealing to me. Just hitting a7 and getting the queen to a better square.
Absolutely.
You can also consider rook b5. What catches your eye here?
Yeah, those look like very nice ideas indeed. And black is just, kind of struggling to make some nice plays here. I mean, obviously, like, your pawns on the queen side are just stuck. Like earlier you mentioned, we want to play a5, b5, b4. But that seems out of the question in this position.
Right. As he gets his queen indeed to a3, tucking it back on an invulnerable square. Now it's sort of aiming at the knight and putting more pressure, but Raunak getting the towers into the DNC files, making sure that his pawn chain is as well defended as it can be. Right.
And yeah, it's a bit difficult, I feel like, for white to make progress. If black is just standing there, what do you do? Because you don't want to take on d5 yourself. And if you push e5, you're allowing the bishop on e6 to go to f5 and have a nice position there. So it's not so simple for white here. And I like what he's trying to do here. Rook e3. He's going to try to focus on the king side, I feel like, or maybe try to play rook be1.
Yeah, rook b1, I think, is the likeliest. And both sides are kind of at a standoff where neither of them wants to be the one to release the tension, right? D takes e4. Maybe black should play d takes e4, but then I guess,
It's like a move you don't want to play.
Just out of principle, right? You just don't want to be the one who releases the tension. But I'm actually thinking that maybe it's worth considering for black. I guess why we'll take with a bishop, but then the knight is going to be a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Yeah, maybe you can play queen g6 and then follow it up like after takes, bishop f5.
Oh,
okay. He goes for it right away.
Yeah, he does take. Now a big moment for Muradli. He takes to the bishop. as we expected, knight d5, centralizing the knight. And Sadhwani's decision to put his rooks where he put them was a money decision, because these rooks are holding the entire position together.
Right. And now queen g5 is hitting on that knight on d2, so white needs to be careful all of a sudden.
Yeah, that is a blunderable knight. You might say, oh, let's go rook g3, chase the queen away from g5. Well, you'll chase it away from g5, all right. Knight f1, knight f6.
Okay, I was expecting knight f4, because not only are you pressing checkmate, if the rook moved to g3, there was knight e2 check.
Oh, that's a
very easy
point.
to miss.
Great point. No, I agree. I thought knight f4 looks good too.
Yeah, instead he goes knight f6 and now bishop c2, and it feels like white is able to consolidate the pieces. I mean, you have knight g3 coming up, knight e3 maybe even. And yeah, I mean, black's idea is here to play bishop d5. But it's not going to be easy after that. And he goes h5 instead.
Trying to prevent a piece from landing on g3. Not that Muradli was really planning to go there anyway, but now my question would be, okay, so rook e1, I guess he wants to drive this. Yeah, he wants to drive the pawn down to h4. But is that something that black can afford? Like, can black afford to let the white rook activate? I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, there you go, rook e5, and the queen on h6 looks very awkward. It doesn't have, the only square it has is available is h8. But you can't attack it.
Sorry, what was the last thing you said? What can be attacked?
The queen on h6. It can only go to h8, but it doesn't. Right. It has no attackers. So it's not something they have to worry about.
Yeah, not at the moment. But it is kind of funny that c1, for example, is protected. d2 is protected, and every square along this diagonal is protected by white's pieces. No, but this looks bad for Raunak all of a sudden, or is it just me?
It's kind of crazy how it's shifting back and forth. First, we were like, okay, like white has a great position, but what's next? And then Raunak decided to open the position, and it seems very promising for Raunak. But now it's Muradli taking it over and having a really fantastic position. Black's pieces look very silly on the three ranks. So I'm not sure what black has to offer here.
And white has so many ways to improve his position. Knight e3, bishop f5. I mean, the white queen on a3 has been such a well-placed piece. It's just sort of lording over the entire position, controlling critical squares and diagonals, and preventing black from achieving maximum coordination with his pieces. So all of a sudden, Sadhwani down to 30 seconds, and this is a very difficult position for him.
Yeah, Muradli is on 1 minute and 50 seconds. That's a huge time advantage already.
Yeah.
Knight d7 has been played, and you don't really have many options here. And I think it's a very fair decision to attack that rook. And where does the rook go? Maybe, I mean, if you go rook e4, you blunder bishop d5. So I feel like you have to go back already.
That's a good point. And he does. Knight back to f6, obviously. Sadhwani does not mind a repetition.
Right. Yeah, maybe queen e7 was even possible, just putting more pressure on black's position.
You mean the move before?
Yeah.
No, but then, knight e5, queen takes d8 check.
Yeah,
that's
check.
That's mate. That's actually just mate.
Oh, yeah, right.
That is just mate. Wow.
Okay, that allows many tactical possibilities. Wait.
Ooh.
Oh, they repeated it and then he goes to b5 instead.
He goes to b5?
If he goes to e5, it's a 3 false repetition.
Yeah, so I think he has to go like knight e3.
Absolutely.
Knight d5, maybe. I mean, this is not without risks. Yeah, how do you avoid repetition here is the question.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, with the rook on b5, I'm not sure what it's going to be able to do there. And with the move knight d5 in the air, you might have to retreat to b1 to try something else. He's taking his time here now. He still has some time, but it's getting closer.
Not a big time advantage. I think your move, queen e7, was a big opportunity there. Now, we're seeing another subtle shift in the game. Right? We're talking about the game shifting back and forth again. Now it's looking quite respectable for Raunak, as Muradli now down on the clock. He's freezing.
Yeah, knight
Whoa.
f5.
Queen D2.
Queen d2. Now the black queen comes in.
Oh my God. Muradli has just had a complete meltdown. Rook B2.
Oh,
and now
Queen C1. There's knight f4 as well. Okay, he goes to Queen E1 instead.
Oh, he just wants to take C3 with his queen, for example.
Oh, wow.
No, he takes that way. Oh, wait, sorry, he couldn't do that.
Oh, they're playing very carefully. They're not going for really crazy lines.
No, but black is doubling on the E file, threatening checkmate on E1. And that knight on D5 is such a monster.
Wow. Maybe Queen A3 now? Putting pressure on C3. Okay, he goes for it, but the engine is not having that.
No, G3 is not the move, though, I think. Well, maybe it is.
What happens after knight takes C3?
I guess Queen D2. Oh, Queen D2. No, Queen D2.
He doesn't do it.
Oh, but the rook was saying, I'm not sure. What's happening here? Black should be winning, but the bishop is stopping the pawn. But the knight on A3, forcing Muradli to give the bishop back. He's down too many pieces.
Yeah, and there's H6 in the position, but you just play G6 and everything is fine. And the queen is
G5.
Not able to do much.
So he goes Queen D5, H7. One last attempt. Muradli trying to create perpetual. He's going to lose on time.
Wow. What a game by both players, just going back and forth there.
That was an epic battle right there. I mean, Muradli, he's going to be kicking himself because at one point he had an extra minute and a half. He has a great position. And that time that he spent contemplating rook E5 to B5, that's when things went off the rails for him, as he is the one facing a deficit.
Absolutely, Daya. I do feel like so far that match has been really close, both players having their chances, and I think Muradli is really stepping up his game here and showing us what he's truly worth. And I'm really looking forward to the continuation of this match.
Absolutely, me too. This has the vibe of a barn burner, so we will take our traditional break. And when we come back, we'll have more 5+1 action from you from the JSCC, brought to you by SIG. So do not go anywhere. The match continues on the other side of this short break.
Classified trading is a game, really, that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, it's an easy
And-
draw at this point.
Oh, no, he lost! Oh, my God!
Endgame!
Why did he trade rooks?
Oh my god! And this is key.
F6.
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 This is Deveritsky's endgame manual. F6,
And
not F5.
Brandon knows it.
He does.
And Arseni's going to lose.
King F3 right now.
F3 and F5. Now it's easy. F5 and F4.
Wow.
Exquisite play on the end game by Brandon Jacobson. That is a backbreaker and a heartbreaker. And what doesn't it break?
You broke my ability to speak.
But Arseni, you can't. He's got to know, even if he doesn't know that this end game is winning, to give the Black King positioning over the White King. It's unnecessary.
The only other players that will get to play on the actual chess sets that the candidates use themselves will be kids. Chessgate is happy to announce the Intercontinental Chessgate Candidates Tournament, which will take place online and will qualify 8 kids to play in Madrid. The competition is open to all kids around the world aged 12 and under. Register now! Very exciting to see Chessgate also having a candidates tournament. Welcome back everyone to the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Daya, we had a very exciting first half of the 5+1 portion. What do you think we have in store for the second half of this portion?
We've had so many swings in this match already. I mean, we started with an excellent display by Muradli, super smooth game of the black pieces. Then once Sadhwani got on the board in game 2, it felt like there was the first subtle switch in the match. Then we see Sadhwani winning 2 games in a row, leading by a point, but the quality of play has been super high. The games themselves have had a lot of swings and twists and turns. So it's impossible to predict who's going to take the rest of this 5+1 segment. This is, we're in for something good here. I can sense it.
Absolutely, Daya. And the game has started and we are in the Sicilian and we see Raunak going for a very aggressive play here.
Yeah, G5, H4, playing an H3 variation of the Najdorf attack. Now A3 to stop B4. And Muradli going for a sort of Schwenningen setup, which is not as fashionable anymore. I mean, people mostly go E5 nowadays in the Najdorf, but nothing, I mean, it's not like this setup was ever refuted.
Right. And yeah, I really love seeing this aggressiveness in this match. Yesterday, we had a very solid match. So today has been very sharp and very tactical. So it's a kind of a change as well.
In contrast to yesterday, this is just a slight difference. I mean, Najdorf instead of London, you know, who cares? Same thing, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Basically the same level of intrigue. Okay, knight C6.
Yeah, so I'm guessing we're going to see queen d2. So the idea with knight c6 is typically you want to maneuver the knight to c4, whether that's through a5 or e5. But that's okay. Well, we see Raunak actually taking that knight off the board.
Yeah, trade. Okay. I mean, that makes some sense, I guess, to stop the knight's progression to c4. And now I suppose we'll probably see bishop g2, maybe f4 to prevent knight e5. That could be one possibility.
Yeah, and he goes for it, and it looks like white is just crushing on the king side. But at the same time, if you push too much, you might have problems yourself there, because the king is still in the center, and there is a lot of gaps on the king side.
Yeah, and black actually has a lot of queenside play too. Especially if black can get a5 before, and I mean that could dislodge the knight from c3. And as you mentioned, if white overextends himself, you might end up just losing a bunch of pawns.
Absolutely, and h6 is quite a surprising move, because typically you do not want to push any of those pawns on the side, because whenever you push your pawns, I mean, you create weaknesses, and typically you do not want to push a pawn like h6. Like, that's what white wants you to play. But I feel like in this position, it's actually making the position more interesting, because now h takes g5 could be a threat.
Absolutely, which is why white brought the queen out to f3, defending the rook on h1, so that in the event of hg, white can play hg. And now we're probably going to see a standoff on the h file, with neither side wanting to be the one to release the tension, kind of like what we saw in the last game with e takes d5.
Right, and now Muradli goes for rook b8. He's probably trying to prepare b4 here. You can do it both with a5 and b4, or you can simply push it right away. But I'm not sure what the follow-up is if you push b4 right away. So I'm guessing you need to prepare with a5. But at the same time, it's kind of slow, I feel like. I feel like you really need to make something happen right now, because white's attack is still on its way.
Right. Yeah, and now the question for Sadhwani is, how does he complete his development? Bishop d3, rook g1, plays rook g1. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe hg now is more of a possibility now that the h file is open.
Right.
Very tactically charged position with I mean, the position is currently calm, but you can see how quickly things can sharpen up here.
Yeah, and white wants to play f5 really badly, but because of this bishop pinning the pawn on e4, it makes it very difficult for white to play that. And now it feels like black has a really solid position, and that's why Raunak is trying to play rook h1, trying to open the h file for himself. Let's see what Muradli is going to do now, because do you want to trade off those rooks? Well,
not really. I mean, I would consider, well, on the other hand, he's just gone. No, I guess, if there was a way to defend the rook on h8, black would go for that in a heartbeat. But I don't see a really good alternative here. Either black has to give up the h file and allow rook h7, or black has to give up the h file, but in a different way, and allow the queen infiltration potentially to h8. Neither alternative seems too appetizing to me. I don't like Muradli's position. I feel like somehow Raunak has just outplayed him in the last couple of moves.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. Yeah, I really like white's position here. But yeah, the game feels like very slow pace so far. They're taking their time. Muradli is now down to 2 minutes, so that is quite a big time difference as well. But rook f8 has been played by. He's taken it very easy. He really wants to hold the position together and not give Raunak chances here, because obviously with the pawn attack, it can get quite scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the question for white is, should Raunak castle queenside? Should he castle queenside, or does he make a neutral developing move such as bishop d3? Of course, you can't really play f5. He goes rook h7. So he might be setting up f5 in some positions.
Right, yeah, I honestly feel like the king on e1 is in the best spot possible, because once you castle long, you're exposing yourself to attacks like b4, as we mentioned before. So I think, honestly, he's doing just fine putting the king on e1. And he's always able to play rook d1 if he wants to evolve the rook in the game. So yeah, now we see queen c7 being played. Very typical move in the Sicilian.
Yeah. Bishop d3 by Raunak also might be rerouting his knight from e2 to d4. As Muradli is dropping on the clock as well. But the most immediate idea, I think, is to play queen h3 and then to play f5 and just blast through on the king side.
Absolutely. Now knight c5 is being played. May want to consider taking on d3 now. So is white really concerned about this? I think you want to ignore that.
Yeah, I think white is fine ignoring it. In fact, white is encouraging it with the move.
Wow. B4, that's not a move you see quite often, and it goes to show how safe this king is on e1, because soon it will probably go to d2 to support the knight on c3, so that's kind of funny to see.
Absolutely. You gotta all hands on deck, right? No piece can be left without a job, and if knight takes c3 it happened, white would have opened the c file, which black could have ill afforded. No, things just continue to get worse here for Muradli, and his time continues to dwindle. Yeah,
this looks very, very great for Raunak, and I think we're gonna soon see f5 being pushed, and there's not a lot that Muradli can do here. It's a very uncomfortable position.
Extremely. He never got off the ground on the queen side, and finally he tries to create counterplay with d5, and that's shut down in one move with e5. And here comes white's knight to d4.
Yeah, and now black is trying to move the knight to c4, but it doesn't do much.
Well, you could even take on b6 if you're worried about knight c4. Take on b6, c3, and then maybe d4, knight d4.
Yeah, it looks like white is just dominating in that position, and there's all sorts of tactics available to white. At some point, you can even consider playing f5 or sacrificing a piece on g6, like bishop takes g6.
Right. Yeah, it's already almost a threat. I mean, I would even consider it in this very position.
Yeah, it looks actually very good right now.
I think he's going to play it. I think it's very likely that he plays it. And then even bishop c5 after f takes g6. You don't have to take on e6. As he goes knight c1, goes for the positional approach, and probably rerouting the knight to b3 and potentially to c5.
Right. Yeah, there is a lot of possibilities here for white. It's like he's just he has the game in his hands, and there's so little that Muradli can do here. This bishop on c6 is terrible.
Yeah, it is. And I still like bishop takes g6, but I don't think he's decided to go for that. He's just sort of going for the positional improvement approach.
Right. It makes it a bit difficult to play knight c5 now. And if you put your knight on a5, that's not the greatest spot for the knight. So he is slowly improving. But now bishop g6. He goes bishop takes g6 and rook takes e7
is hanging. Yeah, rook e7 is coming. Although fg, rook e7, rook f4. No, but that looks terrible. He plays bishop takes g5, and now bishop takes f7, I think, is winning. Bishop
F7, and you're threatening
bishop
takes
bishop
e6.
Yeah.
Right. You don't even care about the rook on c1. You just take on e6 and you're completely winning.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, I didn't notice it when I suggested bishop f7, but it's so winning. Yeah.
Yeah, and he ran out of time I mean, it was a lost position.
What a smooth game.
Yeah, it goes to show how powerful this attack can be. I mean, Muradli tried his best to not allow the attack to succeed and tried his best to create an attack himself, but it was just too slow.
Yeah, and he never really got off the ground on the queen side. On the other hand, Sadhwani with that big pawn advance on the king side, opening up the h-file. Once the h-file got opened, I feel like things only went downhill from there for black.
Right, and now we're back to the queen's gambit, and we're back to this position we had earlier, and it seems like I like this position for black, actually, with the bishop on f5. Let's see if he's going to make an improvement here, because we saw that Muradli grew a great position at one point.
Right. Yeah, I mean, something has to change here for Sadhwani. I think currently they're repeating exactly the same line they had in that other game. I think here Sadhwani played knight c6, right? Knight c6, bishop f3, and then e4. So what is he going to come up with?
I think so too. I'm hoping that he's going to play the idea that we suggested in the other game, b5, a5, b4, because otherwise white has a really clear idea. and it's something you do not want to deal with.
No. And there's the deviation. He goes queen e6. He clamps down on the e4 square. So I think he wants very likely knight d7, knight f6.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. And Muradli goes for rook e1. He's also trying to oh, he's actually going for it right away, e4.
Okay, pawn takes. And I guess he takes on c4. He takes it with the knight, so he wants to drop the knight back to e3, I guess. Get a nice blockading square and then set his central pawns in motion. Again, Muradli getting a much better position out of the opening here. I'm surprised that Raunak repeated this at all.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because, you know, it looks like black has a really nice position, but as soon as e4 comes in, it's suddenly not so clear anymore. And now the a pawn is hanging on a2, but you might not want to take that. It's probably, oh, he does it. He takes on a2.
Wow, very audacious. And I don't think the queen gets trapped because the queen has two different evacuation pathways. Although knight c, okay, he goes c4.
Yeah, it looks a little bit difficult for the queen. I mean, you know, the queen gets out through a5 for sure, but at the same time, black is spending a lot of time just for that pawn, whereas white can just push those pawns to the center. Yeah,
c5, d5, knight d5. It depends on where black's queen goes, of course, but okay, b6, trying to stop c5 or at least discourage it.
It's interesting because it shuts down the pathway through a5 back to c7 or d8. So,
but I think rook a1 and queen a4 looks pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not liking black's position anymore.
No, I don't either. And I mean, I never really did like it. I never liked this line. So.
Okay, rook c3, taking a very slow approach.
Okay, he wants queen c1.
Rook a3, right.
A3, but obviously black's queen will escape long before that happens.
Right, and knight f6, it's a developing move for that knight, but the knight doesn't really have many squares. Like, white has a fantastic position here.
And there comes c5, and white's position his rook and his queen ideally for that to happen. And the bishop on h7, of course, is terrible. It's just biting on granite.
Yeah, indeed. And now we see the passed pawn, and you know, black also has a passed pawn, but it's on a7 and it's not gonna push anytime soon. So white definitely has the upper hand here, but it may not be so easy to convert this to a winning advantage.
No, I mean, you can go c6 here, but black's just gonna park a rook on c7 and ask white, well, how are you going to make progress? And that's exactly what's happened. And probably white should play slowly here. Rook d1, h3. White should probably make a series of small improvements to the position and then hope that eventually something will materialize.
Right. Yeah, I feel like, okay, so I think white needs to get the rook on e1 into the game. He goes rook c5 first, probably trying to move the queen up to c4 and then get the rook into the game, the other rook, that is.
Right. Yeah, queen c4, rook fc1, building some form of Alekhaine's gun, although it's not technically Alekhaine's gun. I guess Alekhaine's gun is when the queen is behind the two rooks. Not sandwiched
indeed.
in the middle.
It's the same spirit, and he goes rook d1. Now, you would obviously want to play rook d7, but the knight is covering that square. So do you want to consider playing knight d5 just to get rid of the knight and then try to go for the idea of rook d7? Yeah, try to push the pawn forward.
Maybe, but I'm very attached to it. I think this knight is white's strongest piece. I think it stabilizes the position in a way. So I wouldn't go knight d5 unless I was absolutely sure that I could dislodge the rook from c7. You know,
right?
So I would delay that move until a more opportune moment.
Yeah, and he goes queen c2 with almost the same idea, but in a better fashion. Rook b1 is what he wants to play, followed by rook b7. So that's why Raunak goes rook b8, trying to stop that move.
Right. And I guess h3 creates some luft.
h4 even.
h4, yeah, even better, because now h5 is a possibility, and black might have problems down the back rank if bishop h7 is forced. Great move by Muradli, and he should be able to convert this. Let's see, h5.
Okay, h5. It restricts the bishop on g6 so much, but you have almost no choice.
Right. No, you have to. You cannot allow the back rank to be weakened like that.
Would you consider playing g4 here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess h takes g4.
Yeah, and okay, there's no h5 right away. That's the problem.
Well, actually, it was a possibility because knight takes h5, knight d5, but I guess there was bishop takes h5.
Right.
Okay, queen b2 trying to trade queens. Muradli saying no, and actually angling for d6 with his queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks really awesome for white.
I mean,
Goes king h7.
Queen d6.
Yeah, queen d6 makes a lot of sense, and we don't mind about this bishop on d2. It's perfectly fine
Right.
there.
No, it is. It is. Yeah.
Yeah, white is just dominating this position, and it's very hard to see what black can do here. I mean, this pawn on c6, like white has so much space in the position, and even though black got all the way to b2 with the queen, it's not so clear what black is able to do because of that. They have things they have to worry about.
Right. Yeah, bishop a6 is another possibility here, trying to get to b7 and the bishop, just anchor it to the pawn and then go queen d6.
Yeah, it also looks like a very nice idea. And Muradli's not taking his time. Now, he still has a minute left. And goes king f1. That's a very surprising move.
Well, he's trying to defend his bishop with his king so that he doesn't have to worry about the headache of queen takes e2 always being a problem if he goes queen d6. And I think queen d6 is clearly his next move.
Right. Yeah, that seems like a very logical move. And obviously, if you try to prevent that by playing a move like knight e8, which is not a move you want to play, you allow knight d5. So that's not going to help you at all. And I think allowing queen d6, you really have to allow it and try to hold the position together by either defending the rook with queen b6 or rook bc8. And queen b4 is being played.
Not like by the eval bar. Oh, rook h5. Oh, rook bc8, rook h5. Oh, you can't do that. So you got to go knight e8. You got to go knight e8. But then the queen moves away and h5 is hanging and the knight can't move back to f6 because you drop the rook.
Yeah, the position is simply falling apart.
Yeah, I think Raunak actually missed rook takes h5. That was the detail that he missed. Yep.
Yeah, that's very easy to miss.
And queen b6, there's rook b5.
Wow. Yeah, the queen will get stuck eventually there.
Right, one way or another. Yeah, the queen didn't get trapped on b2, but it will get trapped on b6. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, suddenly Raunak is in huge trouble. I mean, he was already in slight trouble, but Muradli showed that with the patience, like king f1, it seems like an odd move, but he's just improving his position slowly but surely, and it's very difficult for Raunak to find the play here.
Yeah, no, I don't see a single move. I think the eval bar is accurately reflecting how bad the situation is. He goes knight e8, queen drops back to e5, which is a totally legitimate square, threatening bishop takes h5. Oh, yeah, and knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5 is in the position indeed, which is why I think f6 is going to be played, but then you never get your knight to f6 ever again.
Yeah, now you drop the queen back to g3 or f4, I suppose, and then bishop takes h5 is unstoppable together with knight d5.
Yeah, it's like there's so many threats in this position. You can't hold the position together anymore.
Agreed. Should be a win, but 49 seconds. Raunak hoping that he can milk some of white's clock down a little bit further.
Yeah, queen f4, okay. Queen d2 makes things look a little scary still. I mean, there's always rook b2 in a position, but that's easily stoppable by just putting the rook on c2.
Or on d1.
I would be concerned about the. I mean, now you should play rook d1, yeah, if you want to avoid this. But yeah, rook b2 obviously threatens to take the bishop on e2. So yeah, there we go. He takes on h5. Okay, I got a bit worried about the rook on c1 for a second, but it was with check.
Yeah, and he didn't forget to bring his rook back. Sadhwani, though, creating a little bit of counterplay, rook b2. Now, don't move the queen away from f4. That's the one thing white has to be cautious about. Otherwise, the king is perfectly safe.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, now I feel like, I mean, the knight is gonna move to d5 sooner or later. Queen e2, what is the point of this move? I'm not really seeing it. Queen e1 check, you just move your king over to
No, but
h2.
if you can get a knight to d5, the game is over. Queen takes e4, and queen e5, queen takes e5 and knight d5, and you can resign because rook c8, there's knight e7 fork.
Right. And there you go, resignation, and the score is tight.
The score
Actually,
is
no,
tied.
the score is
no,
3-0.
it's not. It's not 1-1, but still a 1 point lead because Sadhwani had won 3 in a row. No, I bought it completely. I was like, yep, that makes sense.
I've completely missed it. For some reason, I thought Raunak had 2.5. I'm sorry about that.
No, it makes sense because weird thing is Muradli won, and then Sadhwani won, and then Muradli won again. But Sadhwani actually won 3 in a row.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so Muradli is catching up now, and we're back to this position where I feel like Black had the upper hand.
Yeah, but Sadhwani has changed his strategy a little bit from queen d2, I think, to f3. And now this d5 idea I had mentioned previously, I don't think it works anymore. No, it definitely doesn't work anymore.
Yeah,
it
that's pretty
does not
interesting.
work anymore. Yeah, so this actually might be a slight edge for white now.
Right, and queen d8 is a very odd move, but it makes sense. You want to put that queen on a5 at one point.
Right. Okay, so I guess queen d2, knight c2, a bunch of typical moves in these positions. And white is a little bit better. I mean, you got the Marozzi bind, and black clearly doesn't have any pawn breaks right off the bat.
Yeah, and it feels like white is just improving their position slowly. And yeah, I'm curious to see where the attack is going to take place. Are we going to see another crazy g4 line, or are we going to see some attack in the center?
Well, a4 was a very committal move. It weakens the b3 pawn, and black immediately tries to pounce on it with knight c5. Okay, rook b1. That's a little bit awkward, but I guess it's fine for white. I mean, everything is nicely protected.
Yeah, the idea is b4, obviously. I'm curious if black really wants to stop this by playing either knight b4 themselves or a5, I was going to say. But a5 weakens the square b5 in return. So maybe you want to play knight b4 right away.
Yeah, knight b4. And then I guess knight d5. Yeah, and then maybe knight takes d5. I wanted to take with the e pawn and clamp down on the e7 pawn.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's like a double-edged position, you know, like white has a comfortable position, but at the same time, black is trying like to control the squares in the center. This bishop on g7 can be really dangerous, and the knight on c5 is very well placed.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. But Muradli taking a very long time here, not able to find anything that appeals to him clearly, because it's just so hard to actually attack any targets.
Right, and Muradli is taking his time here. He spent quite some time on this move. What would be the possible moves here otherwise? Like as I suggested, there's maybe knight b4, but perhaps he's looking for some other moves. Maybe he's thinking about queen a5 instead.
Yeah, it's possible. Although there you have to be a little bit cautious about, for example, queen a5 b4, knight takes b4, knight d5, you need to be careful about.
Oh, yeah, that looks really dangerous.
Wow, there's knight takes d5, sacking the queen.
Wow.
Queen a5, knight e3, that's kind of a cool line. And the rook cannot go to d2, otherwise because you walk into a fork on c4.
Wow, and yeah, it's like all the tactics appear in a position all of a sudden.
Right. And he continues to think. He's down to 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, he spent quite some time on this move. Queen e8. You spend some quite, like, typically whenever you spend so much time on the move, like you don't make the most accurate move, but it's not like a really terrible move. It just looks, I'm just curious to see what his idea is with this move.
Yeah, it might just be the case that he's frustrated and not able to find anything that appeals to him. I mean, I was trying to get b5 to work, but I don't see a way to do it.
Indeed, and now we see e6 being played, the knight is being kicked away, goes back to c3. Now I feel like black is slowly pushing back. Knight b4 is outplayed, and there could be knight d3 near air. I don't think it's a good move at all just yet. But now Raunak is defending that with queen e2, so that's definitely out of the question now.
Right. And somehow Black has been able to position his knights in such a way that White is now experiencing some difficulties in terms of getting his knights back and attacking d6. So both sides kind of in a weird sort of standoff here.
Indeed, yeah. And yeah, Muradli is down to 2 minutes. It's quite a big time advantage for Raunak, which is why he has the possibility now to take some time. What is he looking for here? Does he want to play f4, f5, or would it be a little bit too much?
No, I think, f4, f5. I was actually thinking Black might try to play f5.
Right.
I was thinking Black might try to play f5, but White maybe, but then that weakens the e4 pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see what White can do, actually. Now with the knights dominating on the queen side, it becomes suddenly very unclear for White what to do here.
Yep, and as reflected by the fact that he's taking his time.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he's going to try like some pawn push on the king side to try to spice things up here.
Maybe h4, but that doesn't seem very congruent with this. Usually with these types of positions, I would just go rook d2, but then already there's d5.
Yeah, I think that's indeed the biggest problem of the position right now for Raunak, which is why he's spending so much time. And he goes rook c1.
Whoa, bishop d4, bishop d4.
Oh, dropping b3.
I mean, he spent all of this time and then makes a bad blunder. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is the danger of spending so much time. Sometimes you just have to follow your intuition. But yeah, this is definitely not a great move. And he goes for it. Bishop takes d4.
That just happens sometimes. You spend a minute and you forget to check the simplest move. Like you outthink yourself so much that, you just forget what's wrong with the move in the end.
Yeah, we see a big side there from Raunak shaking his head because he completely missed this.
Yeah, he's in disbelief that he just spent 2 minutes and missed bishop takes d4, knight takes b3. Okay, bishop f6 as he tries. No, there's no way this can work, though. I don't get it. Even if rook d7, I mean, even if White gets a queen to h6, there's queen f8.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he is trying to prove that this bishop is super strong, but it's just not going to happen.
Just rook d7, rook c7. Go after this pawn. And White has no entry points. I mean, d5 is protected by the pawn. This is just totally fine for Black.
Yeah. Yeah, Muradli is taking his time now. Okay, he goes for rook d7 after all. And knight d1, where is the knight going? I guess e3 to defend the pawn on c4. And maybe he wants to go to h6 with the knight, actually. But what is the follow-up after that if you get your knight to h6? Maybe he wants to play queen b2, bishop g7.
Right.
Okay, there are some ideas here. But with precise play, Muradli should be able to defend this.
But d5, yeah, now the position is exploding. White doesn't even have time to bring the knight into g4. Black can go h5 if he's so inclined.
Or maybe just d4, e5.
Whoa. I don't know why. I don't know why you allowed the knight to come to g4. Why not just go h5?
Right, now it's getting really dangerous indeed. Queen d2 is attacking on b4.
And knight e5, queen g5, and knight g6 becomes an idea. This is a problem. All of a sudden, still winning for Black, but a little bit more messy than it was just a couple moves ago.
Yeah, I guess we can take the pawn on d4 if we want to, but he goes g4.
Wow. No, he wants to open up the g file. So Black has to react to that. He goes knight c6. Wait, what if gh? I guess he just wants knight e5. Oh, and rook c4. Oh, that's the threat. Knight e5 and rook c4.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Knight c6 is a very good move, especially in such position. You know that you have a better position, and you are well. If you don't do anything, you're going to get checkmated on the king side. So that's one of the reasons why knight c6. He's trying to get rid of one of the attackers, and that's why Raunak decides to slide back the knight to d3.
Yeah, gotta keep as many pieces on the board as possible. King h7 is a nice move. If g takes h5, he's preparing queen h6.
Yeah, what a very solid defense here. After that tiny mistake there, now he's playing very well to try to hold the position and make sure that he keeps up the advantage.
F4 by Raunak, covering a couple of important dark squares and trying to tempt black into taking on G4, which honestly, I don't really see what's wrong with that. I guess maybe some sort of a maneuver. But again, you're always running into this queen h6 problem, right? Whenever you give a check on h4.
Exactly. And this knight on d3 is not able to do much. It's not able to enter the attack. Now, there might be an idea of the hovering the rook over to h3, but do you have time for that?
Well, rook f1, I think you might. Rook f1, rook takes c4, rook f3, and the knight covers c1. So I think you should try rook f1, especially in black's time pressure.
Yeah, this is not so clear anymore. It's crazy how Raunak is capable of making the position so complicated.
I mean, just like all, young players these days, he's so incredibly resilient and he's able to find tactical opportunities in totally lost positions, sort of a la Fallujah. Knight g8, bishop b5. Rook f1 bishop... Now rook f1, bishop coming to d6. No,
yeah, I think there's no counterplay here in the immediate counterplay for black. I'm not seeing it. F6, yeah, this is all f3.
He's queen e6 even.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot. I mean, even rook e7, you drop the rook on c8. It's a lot.
But your move is also fine. Rook f3. Oh, now.
Oh, rook f3.
I think queen h3. Queen h3, knight h6, and bishop f6.
Oh, wow. What a tactic.
And bishop g5, bishop h6, and a heartbreaker for Muradli. But allowing knight g4 was just inexcusable. That's what really started all of it. Allowing that move is what caused everything to tumble downhill for him, and a big win for Raunak.
Yeah, that seemed so hopeless, and we were not believing the bishop f6 move, but he proved all of us wrong. He was able to make that so exciting and so sharp, and it was very difficult suddenly for Muradli to defend that. What a game.
And again, they're repeating this line. Raunak feeling pretty confident right now. Although,
yeah,
and again,
absolutely.
he repeats this and then he starts thinking in this position, which is so odd to me, right? It's not natural. I guess maybe he knows this is okay. Maybe this is still in his preparation. He just forgot what the move was.
Yeah, I'm guessing that he's spending his time again now. In the previous game, he played queen e6. I'm curious to see what he's going to come up with now. Maybe we're going to see something more aggressive because that will fit his style. That fits his style as well. Something like b5 maybe. Or starting with a5 would be maybe a bit more accurate.
Right. And he's continuing to think. I mean, I just don't like fundamentally the idea of allowing e4. So I feel like just on a fundamental level, black's position is not sound as he goes queen e6. But the eval bar, I suppose, disagrees.
Yeah, after almost a minute, he still decides to go for queen e6, the move he played previously.
And again, we're going to get this structure where white's got the potential for a passer, which decided the game in their last. And again, they're going down this line. Anna, I'll leave you for 15 seconds. I'm going to go grab a coffee refill.
Of course. Go ahead. All right, let's have a look, guys. So we're back to this position where the queen is on a2. And it's not so, we saw in the previous game, it was not so easy for black to get out of there, and Muradli had a fantastic position. So I'm curious to see how Raunak is going to deal with this now, because obviously the players have barely time to analyze their games during this match. So maybe Raunak is sensing that there's something else going on here. But I'm not seeing it myself, and I'm curious to see what he has in mind. White does rook a1, forcing the queen to go to b2, and, well, if the players want to, there might be a perpetual, but I'm not, a repetition that is. But I don't think they're going to go for that. Raunak avoids it with queen c3. That is not a spot you want the queen to have. So yeah, takes b7. And it seems like white is just crushing this game. They got the pawn back now. And having no pawns in the center, that's definitely not pleasant for black. All right, queen d2. It's at least like what I like about Raunak's play is that he's trying his best to make the position as complicated as possible. And it's like one of those positions that we saw in the previous game that Raunak is able to exploit. Even though it seems like it's completely hopeless, he's able to make the best out of it and confuse his opponent very well.
Yeah, I heard everything you were saying. That was well commentated. So
Thank you.
Like White is just no, incredibly. I think White is just winning.
Yep.
I mean, two connected passers, and I mean, this just looks like garbage. Rook E2 and Rook A2, for instance.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why Raunak is still going for this line. I mean, I was hoping he's seeing something here that was like just last game he was able to find something crazy, but I'm not seeing it this time.
No, I mean, if he goes Rook E2 and Rook A2, for instance, if we just make these moves on the board, Queen B4, Rook A2, Rook A8, and now just start pushing your pawn, C5. I mean, look at Black's minors. They're just like both staring at the pawn. And White it's just only a matter of time before White's pawns are set in motion. It goes H3. I don't like that quite as much. I feel like that's a little bit slow, but I suppose it's also fine. He has to win this game, though. I mean, Muradli can't leave these kinds of points on the table.
Yeah, indeed. And what I found really interesting is that, we all see the eval bar saying that it's +3 right now, despite we're not really seeing that on the board material-wise. Like the material count is exactly the same. But what why the engine is saying that White is so much better is because there is very little play here for Black, and it's very straightforward for White to push those pawns in the center and improve the position. But what I like seeing Raunak do here is he's trying to confuse his opponent. He's playing A4. He's advancing this pawn really quickly.
Yeah, no, if you allow it to get to A3 and then Black somehow goes Queen B2, then of course Black is in the game. Which is why I didn't like H3 as much, because this has given Black an opportunity to push one square further. But we're seeing basically the same line, C5. And I guess A3.
Yeah, A3
A3, knight C2.
Oh yeah, knight C2 is indeed a move here.
Hard to say.
You have to consider. Yeah, okay, he goes A3 anyways. Now after knight C2, what happens?
I think we'll find out. I mean, I don't see. Also, there's knight C4. So there's like knight C2 and knight C4.
Maybe he's afraid of allowing the knight to jump to D5, like to allow some counterplay for Black. But I don't really see the danger as much of knight D5 as, you can easily kick it away at some point with the move like bishop C4 later on. So that shouldn't be a problem.
Right. Yeah, no, I think knight C2 is the move. He's taking his time. So there's something about it that he doesn't like. I wonder what it is. What is the issue with knight C2 or knight C4? And maybe he's trying to figure out the difference between those two moves.
Yeah, typically, like, it's a very common problem of players to be stuck between two moves that look very similar, but which one is better? And instead he goes Queen C1.
You can take forever on those kinds of decisions. Okay, so exactly. The point is he's giving up one of his passers for Black's passer, but the thing is he's leaving himself with a passed pawn on C5, which should decide the game.
I believe so too. Yeah, the only thing that worries me a little bit is the time difference. That kind of hurt in the end, but it should be enough for Muradli to make the best out of this position and create the winning advantage.
Right. And there's C6, but that's going to be blockaded by the rook. So again, we're going to get a situation where Muradli's going to be low on time, and this is how he's stumbled in the past, right? He gets this position where he's better, he starts spending too long, and then Sadhwani finds a way to worm his way back into the game.
Absolutely. He goes rook c3, trying to defend that pawn as much as possible. And then we see again queen h7 hiding there on the edge of the board. And yeah, it's a little bit difficult to see how White can improve the position. The position looks so similar as the previous game in this opening.
Right. And bishop e2, rook c7. So there it is, blockading the pawn. Rook c5.
Yeah, how do you break through? I'm guessing you have to consider playing g4, h4, and then g5 just to get rid of the knight on f6, so you can play knight d5.
Great plan, by the way. That's a really nice idea. No, I think that's the correct idea, because otherwise you're never going to get rid of this knight. You don't have a dark squared bishop, and there it is. No, but h4. Why did he start with h4?
He does it again, just like last time, and he goes g3 now. But maybe he wants to move the knight to f4 actually to put more pressure on this pawn on h5.
I thought he should have started with your move. I thought he should have started with g4 in order to prevent h5.
Yeah. What can I say, Danya?
Right. Should have followed your advice.
Well, they're not listening to me. It's all right. But yeah, rook c4 has been played now. He's taking it very slowly. Yeah, now that g4 is out of the question, it's suddenly a little bit more difficult. But I guess, I mean, if you play knight g2, maybe he's worried of something like knight g4. Like, there are some counterplay opportunities for black there. So I feel like that's what is hurting his chances here right now. Knight g8, what a move.
Ooh, okay, so where's the knight going? Knight e7. He wants to go after the c6 pawn. He wants to go after the pawn, because why not? And if he can win that pawn, the worst will be behind. No, this is not going in the right direction once again for Muradli.
Yeah, he's defending that. He's too focused on defending the pawn, which he's forced to do now. But that is hurting his chances, because now where is the play? Like, all of the pieces are pretty much focused on the pawn on c6, and you want to move it forward one way or the other.
I was going to say queen e5 is a very strong move that was missed by Sadhwani, because now what's going to happen if you take on e5, if we pull up the analysis board, knight takes c6, oh, we won the pawn back. Well, no, white goes rook c5, and after bishop e8, there has to be some sort of a forced win, like knight d5, for instance, or maybe knight takes f5, and black's position is so tied down here.
Yeah, you're just dominating that position with the white pieces.
And this is happening. Rook e5 has been played. Is rook e7 a threat here?
Ooh, that could be really interesting to consider, because the pawn is super fast and bishop can't stop the pawn.
It wins, and Muradli finding it instantly with 10 seconds left.
Wow. Yeah, and what do you do now?
Impressive
c7
game.
is just the next move, and yeah, you can try to stop the pawn with your rook, but that's not going to be enough. Actually, there's always going to be knight e7 checks, whatever you do.
Yeah, even if the rook is somehow on the e file, right? Because if the pawn is going to be on c7.
Yeah, so for example, rook e8, c7, rook c8, then you just lose the rook right away. If you move the rook elsewhere on the 8th rank, knight e7 is going to happen regardless.
Right, you could even promote first if you want it to be super fancy.
Okay, it's a good defense, but if you take on e7, c7, and that's it.
Goodbye. And the bishop beautifully cuts off the king, stopping king d7, and Muradli outlasting Sadhwani there. It seemed at one moment like things were going to go downhill, but that move f5, allowing queen e5, that's really what did Raunak in. But the opening, he keeps repeating this.
Yeah, it's really surprising. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the players do not have the possibility to check their games and check the evaluation and stuff, especially during the game. But even like between the games, there's just no time for that. I'm curious to see if later on he will try to check the line real quick when we have a break again.
I think that generally JSCC matches are divided into these two categories. Like, there are matches where you see like 6 or 7 different openings being rotated, and then you see matches where both sides are sort of sticking in very principled fashion to what they play. And this match has been part of the latter category.
Yeah, indeed. And we are back now. This is going to be the last game of the 5+1 portion. And we're back to the Sicilian, where Raunak decides again to play very aggressively. And Muradli is taking a different approach. He's playing h6 early this time.
He's playing h6 early, trying to discourage g5. The problem is that g5 might still be a threat after Sadhwani goes bishop g2, because the rook on h1 will be protected by the bishop.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm curious to see where the king is going to castle, because I feel like in this position, it might be more difficult for the king to stay in the center. And I feel like Muradli is taking a better approach this time than the previous time when this opening was on the board.
Right. No, I like this more, but now I don't see a clear way to stop G5. I still think G5 is going to be a big problem.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. And Muradli is taking his time right now. And yeah, I'm guessing he has to consider a move like knight bd7 to c5 or queen c7 for that matter, because e5 might be a move in some positions as the bishop on b7 is undefended.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if you had played bishop b7 there, like you said, knight fd7, and that's partially why he drops his knight back. It's to prevent both g5 and e5 and make sure that doesn't come with tempo.
Right. And yeah, now g5 looks a little bit odd. I mean, you can still play it to continue the attack, but you're not threatening as much anymore. And yeah, he will have to bring more resources to make an attack happen. Although you might actually consider playing g6 if you're while you're at it.
Oh, no, definitely. I mean, and that's why if white goes g5, yeah, black should be the one to go g6 to prevent white from shattering the entire king side. But no, I wouldn't resist going g5 here with white. I would throw that in at some point very soon.
Exactly, and he goes queen e2. Typically, we see queen d2 being played in all of the Sicilians possible, but here we see queen e2, which is quite an interesting change.
Right, queen e2 preparing to castle queenside, and taking on h4 here, we're not even talking about. I don't know if anybody in their right mind would do that.
It's a pawn, Diane. It's a free pawn.
Yeah, totally free pawn. I mean, best pawn in the world. Just what could possibly be wrong with taking on h4 here?
Oh, yeah. So he goes knight e5. He's not taking that pawn. He does not like free stuff, just like you. But he goes knight e5 to probably prepare for knight c4, and white decides to castle long.
Yeah, I mean, allowing knight c4, and he probably just doesn't really care about his dark squared bishop. I mean, generally in these lines, you don't want to give it away, but I suppose that here he's so close to being able to play g5, and black's king is still stuck in the center, so he's willing to pay the price of the dark squared bishop for the opportunity to be able to play g5.
Right, and now the dark squared bishop of white is gone, and he goes f4, very aggressive approach. And I mean, I love seeing that. I love seeing an aggressive approach. And what the problem is for black here is that his attack is way too slow. You want to start pushing those pawns on the queen side, but how are you going to be able to if those knights are just looking right on the pawn on b5? So yeah. I think b4 is a move that should be seriously considered here, but it feels too slow, even if you play b4.
And there's also knight a4 if you go b4. So winning the pawn on b4, I think.
Yeah.
So black instead, black castles queenside, which is, okay, whoa is maybe an overreaction. I've seen, you see black castling queenside in these types of positions, but it's not a move you make if you like your position. It's a move you make if you have to escape with your king.
Right. Yeah, you don't see this happen too often, but it makes a lot of sense actually, because there is very little attack going on the queen side, and I think black is perfectly fine leaving the pawns as they are on the queen side. And yeah, the king side is what you should be worried about. So now after f5, I think e5 is the move that should be seriously considered. Typically, you want to keep the pawn on e6 and move the knight to e5, but now e6 is simply hanging, so you have to deal with that first.
Right. I mean, you could also try knight c5, but then you're walking into b4, and that dislodges the knight away and then wins e6. And if you lose e6, that is the sort of fulcrum on which your position stands. If you lose that, then the knight is leaping into d5. This doesn't look good.
Right, and he goes e5, and Raunak decides to play knight de2. And he could be able to play knight d5. But yeah, I'm not really seeing the follow-up there. I mean, bishop takes d5, queen d5. He is taking over the d5 square, but actually, black could play knight f6 and maybe d5 at one point. It's not becoming so clear anymore.
No, but although knight f6 could be met with g5, but after knight f6, g5, you could consider knight g4. And okay, black is Black is doing decently. Also queen f2 in some positions. He goes g5. The eval bar hated that move.
Yeah, that is a very surprising move, and it allows en passant, but I'm not sure if en passant is the best move here. I'm guessing you're able to take over the f file with the white pieces then, but yeah, I'm not really quite seeing what the problem is with the move, what the engine is hating so much. But I'm guessing knight d5 is a big problem.
Has to do with why. Yeah, apparently it was the immediate knight d5, refraining from h5. The reason he's played h5 is he wants the f5 square for his other knight. I think he wants knight g3, knight f5, right?
Indeed, and typically you want to play bishop g5 in such positions, but now, first of all, the pawn on d6 is hanging, which is okay. We're ignoring that.
Which he doesn't care. Yeah. Now the cool kids don't care about the d6 pawn anymore.
Right. Yeah, I'm a little behind with that, Daya, so I'm taking notes here.
Queen e1, knight f6. He hasn't taken the pawn. And 53 seconds imperceptibly for Muradli. I feel like that's kind of been the story of the 5-minute segment. It doesn't seem like he's spending more time than Raunak, but he is. And it's kind of costing him.
Yeah, indeed. In some games, he's able to have a big time advantage, but in some games, he's just very low on time. And wow, we see a rook lift happening. Rook is going to d3, and now the d6 pawn will be in trouble.
Raunak clearly in his element in these positions. He just finds these ideas really quickly. And just look at Muradli's clock. He's down 2.5 minutes. I don't see him pulling this one out.
Yeah, I think the problem in those positions for Muradli is that, first of all, it's really difficult to deal with this. I mean, like, Raunak is just pushing all those pawns at you, just throwing them at you, and you have to find a way to stop them. And that's why, like, Raunak is in such a comfortable situation. And now Muradli is trying to defend d6 as much as he can, but it's going to be very difficult for him.
If you move your knight back to e8, then white can jump into d5. He's down to 6.5 seconds. Bishop h3, creating a skewer. Black now hanging by a single thread. Okay, knight d5. Now a desirable trade for white. Maybe the other rook comes into d3 and b3. There's a gazillion ideas here, and black is totally tied down. Yeah,
and I would say that, you know, just by looking at the clock, I would say this is completely lost for black. Like, it's going to be really difficult to get out of this with 6 seconds on the clock. And now, is there knight d5?
Yeah,
takes an e5.
Takes an e5. I love it. Goes. He plays it. Nice catch. And rook takes e5. There's queen takes e5 as your. That was the idea. Now e6.
Yeah, e6 makes a lot of sense. You cannot take on d6. The pawn is pinned on the e file.
Right. Queen f2 instead. You cannot take with the pawn. Thought queen b6 there was a lot better than queen takes f4. Yeah,
I think he overlooked that, because after queen b7 you obviously take the rook, so I think he overlooked that, and now he goes back to threaten it again.
Okay. Oh, and he can play it again. Bishop g2.
Bishop g2.
It's over. Wow, that was so funny. He didn't see it. It's like, okay, I'll come back and do it again. But Muradli just, 1 second in these positions. How can you expect to hold these together for more than 10 moves?
Yeah, that was some really fantastic play by Raunak. Both players, I think, need to work on some lines. I'm curious to see if they're going to work on them during the break, because, with the white pieces, Raunak had fantastic plays with this opening. But at the same time, Muradli had also fantastic plays in the opening with the white pieces.
Right.
So I'm curious to see if they're going to check on those lines real quick.
Both of them had their opening, and in a 3-minute time control, you just don't have as much time to adapt. And so this, as you're saying, this is going to be one of the main areas of battle. Who can make more positive changes in the opening, and can Mohammad Muradli manage his time better as Raunak jumps out to a 2-point lead at the conclusion of the 5-minute segment? We will take a short break, give the players a breather. This promises to be a very close match. The quality of play has been very high. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We'll be back with a 3+1 segment at the other end of this break.
See you in a bit.
Welcome to my world. Time to attack!
A knight on the rim is grim. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
to fix with the draw when you have well, oh my goodness, it happened right here on national television. Did you see that? Did you see that? Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. I'm hurt. Oh man. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm like, I hate chess. Wait a second. Oh, he found, yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
The Women's Speed Chess Championship is returning this May. The WSCC is the most important online tournament for titled women in the world. Stay tuned to chess.com for all the action, which begins in May. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We had a fantastic start of this match. Daya, we're moving on to the 3+1 portion of the match. What do we have from the Smarter Chess predictions here?
Well, we've got a very close prediction in the 5-minute portion. Smarter Chess predicted a 4-point match. It's a 2-point match. So I don't know whether to call this an accurate prediction or not. I'm inclined to call it an inaccurate prediction because any opportunity to diss Smarter Chess is an opportunity that I want to exploit. But Smarter Chess is now predicting a 7-3 win for Raunak. And I think we were discussing before we went on break, I think for Muradli, he's got to make a couple of very concrete changes, playing a little bit faster and playing more confidently in good positions. He's getting a lot of good positions and then doing something in those Najdorfs because he's getting crushed in those structures. Is that
absolutely
accurate?
Yeah, and the first game has started off the 3+1 portion of the match. We're moving on to 3 minutes now, which means that the games will be a little bit more fast-paced. But Muradli has definitely shown what he's capable of, and I'm curious to see if he can make the score even closer in this portion of the match.
Yeah, and and again, they are repeating the line, so I guess there's our answer. And he probably looked this up.
E5, there we go. He does it.
Okay, bishop f3 and queen c6 to stop e4. That is the idea. Oh, and that makes a lot more sense because he definitely looked this up during the break.
Yeah, we can definitely tell.
No
Yeah, and
doubt about
he
it.
found a way to deal with this position, and now e4 is not so clear anymore how you're gonna play e4. I mean, you can still prepare it with rook e1, but you're just gonna
Right.
face rook e8. It's that simple.
Exactly. Rook e1, rook e8, and white is not in time to get e4, and he goes a4, trying to disrupt black's coordination on the king on the queen side. But that's a paper tiger. I mean, just a6. And black is now ready to get this knight around to f6 and clamp down even further on that square.
Yeah, and suddenly it just feels impossible for white to play anymore. I mean, obviously we already knew that white was not gonna have a great time here, but Raunak was not proving us right there. He was making it very difficult for himself, and he found a way to deal with this position.
Yeah. And I guess the reason he was, in retrospect, the reason he kept repeating it earlier is just because he knew it was theory. He knew that this wasn't supposed to be good for white, but he couldn't quite find the move. And now that he had the break, he was able to look it up.
Exactly, and now we see knight b6. There's so much pressure going on that pawn. I'm expecting a trade on b5. I mean, you could also consider playing a5, but that makes the pawn very vulnerable, and I feel like you're just allowing black a lot of play there. So we see now a trade on the a file as well.
Queen takes, yeah.
And the thing is, the b5 pawn is quite a weakness. I feel like it's pretty easy for black to defend it, but at the same time, white has something to play for.
Yeah, I mean, rook a1, rook a5, and so rook a8, offering a trade of rooks. Okay, takes. Yeah, but now.
Ooh, if queen takes b5, queen a1 check, and there's no knight f1 because bishop d3.
That's right, but what if you play g4 with tempo to open up some luft? I guess then black has bishop d7, and I'm not sure who's better there. It's hard to say. I guess black is still in the driver's seat because white's got this super weak pawn on c3. Oh, I don't like h3 though. No, you have to play with tempo. I think Muradli had to play g4 there.
Yeah, it looks very logical from the point of view that you want to create some loops for your king, but as you mentioned, indeed, you want to play forcing moves rather than such slow, solid moves. And I've noticed from Muradli's play that he tends to go for those solid moves a bit too often when he has to strike. And he goes e4 right away.
Yeah, forcing black to calculate. Now, knight a4 would counterattack the queen. So knight a4... Oh, there's some really cool lines where black basically sacrifices the bishop on f5, but maybe that's unnecessary. He does go knight a4. Let's see what he does against queen a1 or queen c1.
Yeah, those ones make a lot of sense. And yeah, I don't think you want to go for a trade because obviously if you play queen b4, it takes. There's the pawn on c4 being a passed pawn. So that's not great.
Right. So now I was thinking about queen takes c3, and I was trying to calculate that. But I'm having a hard time figuring out what's going on there. There.
I think the problem is that this bishop is just not able to access the b1 square.
Yeah, he goes for takes in f5. I actually think he had to sack the bishop. I think that was his best chance because now white can go queen e7 maybe.
Wow. And I think that's a repetition if you take on e4. If you don't, you might get checkmated.
You absolutely might get checkmated. You could also get you could also have knight takes c3, queen e8 check, and knight f6 check, which is an insta draw because of queen f7, queen f8. But black is not going to do this. Raunak is going to acquiesce to the draw. Yeah,
and there we go.
Yep, and it's a draw and a good save there by Muradli. And now the question is, will he repeat this variation from white's perspective now that it turns out the black is almost better there?
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm really curious to see if Muradli is actually going to stick to this line because clearly he had not really a great response to the approach Raunak took in this game.
Right, and Raunak is he going to just sit it out for a minute and a half and basically say every second that I milk is good for me?
Looks like it. Muradli actually offered a draw, so seems like Raunak is just waiting it out.
Yeah, he just wants to stall out as many seconds and minutes as possible, which makes sense if he's confident in his bullet. It does make sense.
Yeah, you can see him just sitting there like, okay, I'm just going to take some rest and wait till the time's up.
Hmm. As he's thinking, yeah, queen takes c3 here was indeed a possible move, but yeah, takes knight e2 check. Anyways, this gave some winning chances, but not too many. And now he finally is about to take the draw. No, he's still trying to like not repeat if possible.
Yeah, that it helps a lot to be in a position that you're not losing anything, and the one second increment also helps a lot. You know, like it's not like you're gonna flag all of a sudden. You can just wait it out. Okay, he goes for it anyways.
Right, and finally a repetition of moves.
Took some time, but we got there eventually. Okay, we're back to the Sicilian.
And we're back to the e6 line, which, you know, now has cost Muradli 2 games. And now it's his turn to demonstrate an improvement to the line that we saw in the 5-minute portion.
Indeed. And he is, okay, he's playing bishop e7. It concerns me that he is not playing it as quickly as I would hope he would. But okay, now you don't have b5 because of immediate problems like e5. So
yeah,
that is out of the question for now.
Totally.
What is the line here? I guess you have multiple ways to deal with this. Like you can still play queen c7, bishop d7, knight c6. Like you can play either of these 3 moves.
I've never done very well in these positions with black, just because I always feel like white always gets this h4 g5 play in, and that's what he's doing. He's going h4. But Muradli has to be a little bit more flexible here. He keeps getting the same type of bad position again and again.
Yeah, and it's really surprising to see how effective this attack is. I mean, surely there must be a way to deal with this, right?
Right. No, there is, of course. And I think, okay, is it h5? Well, probably not. Does not solve all of black's problems.
I don't think it does solve his problems, but I think practically speaking, it's a really wise decision. Confusing Raunak here.
I agree.
And well, turns out, I mean, knight takes h5, and now there's a lot of pressure on the h-pawn, which you might not want to take right away, but it feels like the attack is dying down now of white.
Yeah, no, definitely. Maybe g takes h5 actually wasn't the best move. Maybe g5 was the way to go there. But in any case, now black has control over, you know, this weak square on f4, and white just doesn't have, as you said, an easy way to continue the attack. Bishop takes h4, another free pawn.
Yeah, would you take it this time, Danya?
So many of them, man. Raunak blundering pawns left and right.
Oh yeah, so yeah, this time queen d2 has been played, and yeah, I think we're gonna see a longside castle again. But yeah, it feels like black is in a more comfortable position than all the other games in this Sicilian we've seen in this line.
Right. No, for sure. This is an improvement. Both players have really stepped up their game in the opening here. As you see, Raunak improving on that Rogozin line, and now Muradli doing a better job in the Sicilian, although I don't really think he was preparing this during the break.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, typically in the Sicilian, you want to play d5. Would you say d5 is a move black should consider at one point?
Yeah, I mean, if black castles queenside, absolutely. If black castles queenside, then you should absolutely aim for d5. Or, okay, so he does castle queenside. Okay,
so we might see. Oh, f3 is the move I would not expect.
I don't like this. d5 and b5 both look good. I don't like f3. Something about that move looks wrong.
I feel like it's just because you're shutting down the bishop on g2. Like, I think if the bishop was elsewhere, it would have made some sense. But now you're just allowing d5, and I don't see what to play here with the white
queen
pieces.
Maybe queen f2, trying to go bishop b6, but it just doesn't seem like it leads anywhere particularly good. Even d takes c4 there is possible, and you cannot win my exchange.
Right, yeah, you just take on d1 with the rook. So yeah, it's always very difficult to counter d5 in the Sicilian. That's why once black is able to play this, white has to like either have some counter move on the spot, or it's going to be very difficult in the next couple of moves.
Right, that's exactly right. And white's at risk of being worse now, as this big time advantage that Raunak has built up is threatening to evaporate.
Yeah, both players are around 1 minute on the clock, so it's not too bad for them. But yeah, we are. They're taking it easy. They're not playing too quickly.
Right.
So we might actually end up in a time scramble in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Raunak has now dropped to a minute on the clock. He's gone queen e2. He's unpinned his queen so that d takes e4 does not come with a discovery. But Black
Right.
could still play d4 and isolate White's pawn. And Raunak has to deal with all these weaknesses on the king side.
Yeah, and suddenly the e4 pawn is also very vulnerable. Now it's not the worst thing ever, and it's also very easy to defend for White. But I'm not seeing the play here for White. It's not that simple anymore.
No, it's bad. Bishop coming to e5, e4 under pressure. The knight on c3 will end up under pressure. And just a nasty position.
Yeah,
a
and
nasty position.
I really like what Black is doing here. Bishop on e5, looking right towards the knight on c3. I think I would want to take that knight just for the sake of it. I mean, despite losing the pair of bishops, I feel like Black has a fantastic position.
Without question. And this fantastic position could even turn into a winning position if White is not careful. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on the queen side. Bishop b5, queen g1 in some positions. And no, this looks amazing for Black.
Yeah, how the tables turn. And yeah, they're both now around 30 seconds, so they have to speed up very quickly. It's a bit difficult to see now what Black can do right in this moment. He goes queen d4. Because this knight on d1 is defending b2 very well, it becomes a little bit difficult to coordinate the pieces now for Black. Bishop e3 has been played now, and the queen has to slide. I would say maybe a4. Okay, goes to d6.
Yeah,
instead.
I thought he could have gone to a4, but now Raunak managing, and again, it's kind of happening, right? Already, I feel like the table's starting to turn just a little bit. Muradli down to 10 seconds, and he doesn't see what to do.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Bishop f4, he's offering a trade.
Knight.
But where is the play?
I think knight d3, and White is doing, okay, probably not totally fine, but e5 and Rometza.
5. Queen d4?
Yeah, and I think he just wants to take on c6, take on f6, and create a passed h pawn.
Wow.
Or knight b4 at the end. Knight b4.
Oh,
Okay,
he goes queen g2 instead. Yeah, knight b4 looked really dangerous
1
indeed.
second.
Whew.
Queen c6 and queen a6. What a chaotic position. Raunak's going to go for the win here, isn't he?
Yeah, it's really crazy. You would say that White's pawns are much faster, but because the pawns are close to the king, I'm not sure how fast those pawns can actually push. Queen c3, you have to be careful of that at one point.
Yeah, queen d3, even there, queen c3.
I mean, you always have knight c6 check.
But the king is escaping through f8. The king is escaping through f8, and you can't even go knight c6 because of mate, so that's why he went c4.
Yeah, but this opens up the second rank.
Oh, queen.
And we're gonna see repetition again.
We might. No, he's going for it.
He avoids it.
Queen b4. Wait, is queen b4 winning?
I'm actually not sure because the king is able to catch the pawn, but
yeah, but the pawns go really far. That would have been a ridiculous pawn endgame. But now, is it a draw? Oh, that Raunak's out of 1 second.
Oh my goodness, the time!
Flagging. That was a good free move there. C5. Queen f3.
Queen f3.
No, but now simultaneous promotion.
Oh my goodness, it's not stopping.
And
now the
Black's
queen b1 check, he go to a4.
Black's king is very far away from White's pawns, which is concerning, and vice versa.
Oh, why?
King a5 preparing
so
b6, but here comes the b pawn, and here comes the e pawn.
It is an absolute mess. King e5, as if nothing's going on. King d4.
b6, e2.
E2?
More pawn racing. And you cannot take on d3 because Black will promote with check. 1 second.
He's gonna play queen d2, I guess, but then
queen. No, that queen d2 I think might have been the move.
I think there was queen e2. Yeah, now there was it was possible to promote.
Okay, another promotion. Oh my god, this is wild. Now White's playing for a win again because White's got the far advanced passer. White's gonna win. I think Raunak's gonna win.
Oh, queen c7 check.
And it's unstoppable because White just promotes a7. And whichever way you check, White's queen and reposes with check, he's gonna win. Unbelievable.
Wow, what a game. It was going back and forth.
And Raunak with an incredulous smile. He can't believe that he just pulled that off.
It was insane. Both players had great chances, and it was. There were 3 results possible in that game, Tanya.
Is there anything more tilting than that?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know. Of
no, no, actually, no.
I guess yeah, there is, but
no.
This is like top 10. To play such a long game and to find so many amazing resources and then not even to pull out a draw is, I mean, recovering after that is incredibly difficult.
Yeah, you have to start all over again. And now we are in a different line, actually.
Yeah, now we're in an IQP situation, isolated queen pawn, with these moves a4, a6 thrown in, which is, of course, in black's favor because black now gets the b4 square as a stronghold for the knight. You might see Raunak playing knight b4.
Right. And yeah, you're just taking over control of the d5 square. And it's very straightforward here for black. And at the same time, white wants to put pressure on the king side, wants to start an attack. But I feel like black has a really solid position.
Right. Yeah, knight b4, knight e5, I guess. So he goes queen b6. I think he's going after the d4 pawn. He wants rook d8.
Yeah, that's a very nice approach. And this bishop on c8 might actually go to e8 just to give space to the rook on a8 and also just to have a very safe spot because this bishop, it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere anytime soon. Maybe it can go to c6 at one point if the knight decides to go to a5 or b4. But here we see d5 being played. Okay.
Okay, so I guess he takes d5 is forced. He takes it. Maybe rook d8 there was also good. I don't know. He goes back to d8. Doesn't take b2. Queen takes b2, rook b1, like really dangerous.
Yeah, indeed. Allowing knight takes f6 is probably not the greatest idea.
Right, no. Not at all.
So yeah, it looks very balanced right now. Like there's not a lot of weaknesses in the on either side. Maybe the best I see is like a5, knight b6, but that doesn't seem like that's gonna happen anytime soon. We see h3 being played, stopping bishop g4.
Stopping bishop g4. I think white is a tiny bit better here. White is a little minuscule edge because of that knight on d5 and its wonderful placement on the board.
Absolutely. Bishop f5 is now being played, and black has a pair of bishops, and they seem to be working well together over there. But at the same time, white also has a lot of play here, and the knights can be really annoying at some point.
Yeah, of course, like knight e7, knight f6. You always have to keep an eye on these ideas. Queen e2 by Muradli making space for the rook to come into d1. And he's putting some serious pressure on Raunak, who has to decide whether to go rook e8, and he does. I like that decision a lot.
Right, and you can even consider trading if you want, but I'm not sure if Muradli is up for that. But I mean, if he doesn't go for the trade on the e8, he has to resort. I mean, queen d2 is a very solid move, but it feels like you want to have more in his position with the white pieces, with the knight on d5, but I'm not seeing it. Bishop g5?
No, the advantage, whatever edge he had is kind of starting to evaporate. And I feel like Muradli is, he's playing for a win and he's got to be a little bit careful here. I know it sounds weird, but if black consolidates any further, white could end up having some problems in the center. With this, the pieces are quite loose now.
Indeed, now that you have to be worried about moves like b5, because as you said, the knight on d5 might be very loose and the bishop does not have many moves left on this diagonal, especially after b5.
No, it doesn't. And the knight is being pressured from 2 different sources. Also, again, the time as he drops down to 1 minute 5 seconds.
Yeah, it goes by pretty quickly. We have moved on to the 3+1 portion of the match, so the players need to play a little faster. And it really catches my eye right now that they're taking their time in this time control. So I'm curious to see how things will go in bullet.
No, they're gonna have like 10 seconds after 5 moves, just because they spent so long in the opening. There's your move, b5, attacking the bishop, and where does the bishop go? Because if the bishop goes to b3, then there's like knight a5, or there's b takes a4, and things getting a little bit unpleasant for Muradli here.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm guessing you have to take on b5, but even after bishop, after takes and bishop b3, there, as you said, knight a5 is a problem still. And what do you do now? Oh, it's apparently it's not working.
No, and why is it +6? Oh, rook takes? No.
E6?
There's something that smells here, but I can't figure out what it is.
Maybe that
bishop
you just
C2.
take on
bishop C2.
Wow.
Oh, and
after
queen
G6, then you
H7.
take on E6.
Oh my goodness. And if you play
Wow.
bishop takes D5, then you get checkmated with queen H7, queen H8. And if you play queen takes D5, then check and just bishop E4, I think. With a
That's
skewer,
simple.
with a
Wow.
Devastating skewer. Oh, and he's done it. Rook
Oh,
takes
wow.
E6, queen G6, queen E6.
Okay, the king is
95.
still surviving, but yeah, 95 seems crushing.
Right.
And you just can't even defend with a queen on the 7th rank. Like you can play queen E8, but
No.
then just takes a knight C7, and that's just lost on the spot.
Oh god, yeah, that's terrible. And queen takes C6. Now he's up 2 pawns for the no, this is over. And a
Yeah,
big
this
win
should
here.
be
But
over.
13 seconds, maybe Raunak can create a little complication here.
Yeah, we've seen crazy plays by Raunak before, so
Yeah,
I wouldn't
we
be surprised
have.
about that. Is
And
he
a
going for a
repetition.
repetition? Knight G6?
I don't see anything forced. Knight G6 and G7. Where is
Yeah, I
it?
don't really see the follow-up here. G3 is very quiet move. I mean, luckily for Muradli, there is no counterplay here for black, but yeah, it's not so clear.
Yeah, H4 is coming. Queen D6, trying to trade queens. Queen E8, going to H8.
Oh, Queen H8, what a move.
Yeah, Queen D5, Queen F8, and Queen H8 is mate, but that's apparently not the best according to the engine. Why not? What is black's move here? Oh, it's Queen
Rook A1 check.
Rook A1 check. Yeah, and King G2. There's some shenanigans. Oh, King G2 walks into Queen
You
D5,
just
Queen
take.
check.
And that's why
Oh,
after King
Rook
H2, there's Knight D2 probably.
That's so easy to miss. He goes Queen D8, and now Muradli can stabilize more.
This is insane. And now both players are down to 5 seconds on the clock.
And now he gives
Okay,
the
one
check, but it's a
check.
little bit too late.
Yeah, now the knight on D5
little
is very
bit
well
too late.
defended.
Back to F4,
Knight F4,
going around
yeah.
to E6. Where's the
And
mate?
H5?
1 second.
Oh
King
my
G8,
goodness,
King
they
G8.
have to finish time!
Oh my god, King G7 Queen. It's made in two.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Wow. What a game.
That was very close there. But Muradli pulling one out, a big one. As we get into the halfway point, this match is starting to creep up on us. Muradli, he has to get down to business because you don't want to get into the bullet with a 3 or 4 point deficit.
Indeed, yeah. And I'm really liking the way that Muradli is handling those games so far. And we see a change of opening here. He is avoiding,
Finally.
he's not playing the Sicilian anymore.
He's playing a perk, so it's very clear what his intentions are, first of all, right? He's not playing for a draw with the black pieces, but he takes the most drastic approach, just says, I'm starting with a clean slate. And they almost transpose into a dragon type position.
Yeah, indeed. And there we go. Takes on d4 and looks very similar like a dragon, as you mentioned. And I believe knight c6 now is a very logical move. There we go. And yeah, it's a little odd seeing the bishop on h6 so early. You typically don't see this in this position.
No, you typically see the bishop back on e3 and only after white goes f3. And sometimes even h4 do you see bishop h6 played. But I think this is quite decent for white. I mean, you've traded off the dragon bishop. And if you can get your h-pawn moving, I think white will be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I think the fact that white has not played f3 actually makes things better for white, because now you didn't really waste a move on that. And you could definitely spend that time elsewhere in a better way. So I think it actually benefits white here.
Yeah, I agree. And there's h4. And I love the way Raunak has handled his white openings. His 1e4 is just hard to play against. It's hard to play against. It's dangerous.
Yeah, I see h4 on the board by Raunak, and I'm already fearing my life for Muradli here. This is f3,
Right.
now preparing g4, and I already know what's going to happen in the next couple of moves.
Say your prayers, and Muradli, with no time to waste as he sets his own a5 pawn in motion. Knight to d4. So actually, Sadhwani offering a trade into an endgame, which I guess is going to be slightly better for white. Let's also not forget, that by playing a5, black has created a weak square on b5, right?
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right there. So knight slides back to d4, and yeah, basically you would say that, oh, do I have to take care of my bishop on e6? Typically, you don't really mind the bishop being under attack. So yeah, that's you if they take on e6, it actually helps you to put more pressure in the center.
Right.
So that's why you typically don't take there. So we see a lot of trades happening on d4. Now, who is better in this endgame? It's a bit hard to say, actually.
Well, I would take white by a smidge. I would take white by a smidge, just largely because of the b5 score. On the other hand, white's bishop isn't great. Right? I mean, where is it? What are its prospects?
I'm guessing the only thing I'm seeing here is maybe f4, f5, trying to put pressure on this pawn on g6 and then eventually the pawn on h5. But other than that, I'm not seeing any sort of play for this bishop.
No, bishop is used to anchor the knight.
Right, and knight b5 is actually a really nice move. Trying to maneuver the knight to d4. Now that the bishop does not have a defender, it will be under attack, and white might try to take over here with f4 after that. Oh, bishop c4.
Yeah, bishop c4, trade? No trade because of knight e6 check with a 4, king f7 defending the square. Okay, so now we might see a knight versus knight type of situation. There's another twist.
Yeah, indeed. And I feel like black is slowly taking over the position. Like, I'm not really feeling comfortable on the c file over here, looking from white's perspective. But the thing is, after rook c3, trying to stop c4, it will be followed by knight e2, and you can easily kick the rook out of there. So that's why he just decides to go back. And then we see a4.
Yeah, knight b5, a file is going to open up. And again, black might want to keep the tension with the a file, not open it up too fast as Muradli gets his knight to e5. Again, imperceptibly, look who's up a minute on the clock.
Yeah,
that's going to play a role once again in the endgame as this starts to heat up.
Yeah, indeed, Danya. And we see that what can happen in those time scramble situations. It's really difficult to hold the position together if you're so low on time. And he really needs to speed up now as he's down to 20 seconds. He plays rook a5. Now you might be like, oh, that's
B4,
inviting b4. But there's knight takes d4 indeed. And
but now b4 is a threat. And he brings his rook back to a, and rook d5 looks pretty good here. No, it doesn't. Sorry, there's rook takes d5 and a fork.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. So rooks are going to a5. Rooks are going on the a file, and yeah, I feel like black is having some play here now that a file is open.
Black is in great shape, but the time is the thing I'm most worried about. G5 is another great move, though. It prevents f4 and it cements the knight on e5.
Right, g4. And he's not allowing the h file to open.
Rook d5 trying to trade off a pair so that black's rooks won't really infiltrate.
Knight e3 check. He covers it.
Okay.
What's next? What's next for black here? I'm not really seeing it. Like I like what black is trying to do here, but the follow-up, like Raunak is defending so well.
Yeah, and knight d5, there might be rook a2 check and getting that rook into white's territory. So I wouldn't play knight d5. I think he's thinking about it. King c3, he's making a little progress.
Yeah, the knight will have to retreat after king c3. So yeah, I think black has to play defensive now because I'm not seeing a way to break through here anymore. Rook d5 was attacking the pawn on h5, and it starts to get clear what is happening here because white is taking over, and there's a lot of weaknesses in black's camp.
A lot of weaknesses, and most importantly, a lot of ways to improve white's position. You can get the king to e3, which is what he does. Muradli trying to get himself a little time with that 1 second increment. Rook b5 maybe, but then rook a7. How do you make progress there?
Yeah, and you have to be careful of moves like e6 stopping any sort of rook d5 again.
Yeah. Maybe c5 in that position. Raunak expending a lot of his extra time trying to figure this question out.
Right, and he goes for rook b5, rook a7 now, and he slides the king over to d3. Now e5, very interesting move.
Yeah, very committal, very risky because you weaken this d5 square, but you create for yourself an outpost on d4. So Who is this going to favor? C5, 2 seconds.
E5? Ooh.
Yeah, I think D5 was good. King D7 back. Okay, King takes D6. Muradli's still okay. Oh, until now.
Don't play Rook B4. Do not play Rook B4.
No, not yet. Oh, Knight C5.
Ooh.
And F takes C5, and now his position starts to collapse. No, F takes C5 was better.
Oh, you didn't take the pawn.
Knight C6, and now Black can try to hold.
Wait a second. What is
No.
happening? Knight C2?
Knight B4,
B4?
next attacking the rook, and Rook D6 FE.
It's not so clear.
No, it's somehow Muradli is still alive.
And at
What
the
you
same time,
want?
Raunak is down to 20 seconds now, so things might become really interesting now.
And here goes Muradli going after the G-pawn. He's got a passer of his own. Uh-oh. How does
Gotta
he
be
do
careful.
this?
B6 as well.
Rook G2 check, maybe? Goes knight back to C6. And here comes
Knight
the E-pawn, or
D4?
no? I would go E5.
Knight D4?
Checking F2.
Okay, no knight f3 check anymore.
And now B4 looks interesting, but then at B6.
Rook takes B3. There goes
Okay.
another pawn.
And there goes another one of Black's pawns. Rook A3. Where does the knight go?
Oh, but now knight takes B6.
Oh,
just
he's
drops
going
the
to that
pawn.
H6. Is it time? No, it's not.
No king E5.
go
Don't play
King
king E5.
He still goes knight C4. No, but now I should be able to win. He's up 2 pawns.
Yeah, losing that pawn was really costly. But how does white improve it? E5? I'm not sure about this because now there's a lot of check.
Mate! He bloated mate!
My goodness, there is no way.
Oh my god.
goodness.
That is nuts. I was even gonna say, like, obviously he's not gonna play King F5. Oh my god.
You did not have time to say that.
Can you believe that Black won that game? I mean, that is a huge game. 75 moves. White is outplaying him the entire time until the end. And what a game.
Yeah,
Oh my, what a game.
I'm at loss of words. This was insane. I mean, Raunak had the upper hand throughout almost the entire game and loses only to this checkmate that was suddenly on the board.
Unbelievable. And what resilience by Mohammad Muradli with 1 second for the entire end game. The way that he held on for move after move after move, making it difficult on Raunak and eventually getting rewarded for his efforts. A huge result. And this brings the match to within a point. We've got another barn burner in store, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, 33 minutes have passed. So we are going to go on a short break, give the players a chance to catch their breaths because they certainly need to. And we will be back soon. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We will be back with more Sadhwani against Muradli on the other side of this break.
can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes!
Chess.com is now offering verified accounts. Any Chess.com member can now apply to become a verified player. Being verified puts you in an exclusive pool of thoroughly vetted players, grants you access to exclusive events, including the Chess.com World Championship. Plus, you get that coveted blue checkmark in your profile. Go to chess.com/verified for more information. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Daya, we had a fantastic start of the 3+1 portion in the match, finishing it off with the last game that was ending in a super surprising checkmate. What do we have in continuing with this 3+1 portion?
That was nuts. I mean, that last game is why we watch the JSCC. You just never know when a moment like that is going to arise. But for Raunak, he has to pull the positives out of the match so far. He's up a point. There's only 27 minutes left in the 3 minutes. I think he wants to get it to the bullet. I think Raunak, he's obviously a noted bullet player. I think he wants to get into the bullet with at least a 1-point lead. If he can do that, he'll be happy.
Indeed, yeah. And I think Muradli is really doing a great job making the match so close so far, because, okay, in the last game, he was completely lost, but the resistance he has, it is really showing that he is capable of defeating Raunak. And obviously it's way too early to say, but the fact that he has been able to get the match so close is really showing that he's capable of turning things around.
Yeah, and I think they're repeating the line from 2 games ago, or am I hallucinating? Okay, Rook D8 is new, but I think in the last game he took on D5, or yeah, Bishop F6, Bishop F6, Knight D5. We had that line.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's almost the same line, and now they changed it up a little bit. And okay, maybe. Oh, now he took on B2. The previous time he was able to play Queen D8.
Yeah, I guess this time he's claiming that, well, in the last situation, the queen was not on E2, so white had the potential of playing Rook B1. Now, if you go Rook B1, you obviously allow the queen trade, so it's like nothing impressive there.
Right, and yeah, that is a small difference in this position. Now he's able to take on B2. In the previous game that they played in this opening, it was not so clear. You'd rather not allow this, and now he plays the inaccurate Rook A2. And you're just a pawn down. Yeah, and now like B5 might be followed up very soon to create a passer.
No, that was impatient there by Muradli. And I don't know if we rewind. I think Queen F1, yeah. And Queen F1 was a very, very strong move here because it gets the queen out of dodge and it threatens to dislodge the black queen from the bishop. And then with the queen still on the board, this is obviously a lot more meaningful.
Yeah, exactly. And they go for the trade on F3. And now we are in this situation where the pawn structure of white is not so great. And I would be really concerned here with the white pieces, despite the piece activity.
Yeah, no, the basic activity may seem to give white compensation for the pawn, but in reality, it's not like the knight is really doing anything. And if black can get his pieces into the game, rook d6, rook ac8, okay, black should be fine. And Raunak, after the last game, nothing is for certain.
Yeah, for sure, Daya. And now he plays rook ac8, preparing a move like knight d4, because obviously the bishop will be hanging like that. So that's why Muradli decides to slide the bishop back to a2. And yeah, I'm expecting to see b5 coming up very soon.
Knight c7 is a funny move here, but it's actually not that good, because black can go knight e7 and basically trap the knight on c7.
Oh.
So
yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Just a funny idea to point out.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's not so simple to see what white can do here. White goes knight f4, probably trying. I mean, I was going to say knight h5, but doesn't do much if you could do the same from d5. So I'm not sure where the knight is going.
Well, because the bishop is well protected. He goes rook d4, does Sadhwani, trading off one pair of rooks, essentially forcing a trade, which I think is a very reasonable course of action. Go back to d5 goes.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe he goes back to d5 now that the bishop is not very well defended anymore.
Yeah, it seems to me like Mohammed has lost the thread a little bit here. But let's see whether he can pull out a draw in this game. Takes e4.
Yeah, he improved. Yeah, he improved the pawn structure right now. F4 is definitely a move you can consider. Not right now because of rook c2 check, but okay, he goes e5. But yeah, the situation of this bishop on a2 is not so great.
No, and in fact, rook c2 could be a move. Oh, look at this line. If you go rook c2 immediately, I know this is a terrible move for many reasons, but there's a cool line, ef6, rook a2, rook e8 check, and then king takes c8 fg, and you can't stop the pawn.
Oh, well, that would be really beautiful if you would see that.
Yeah, but rook c2 was bad for like 50 other reasons. The knight dropping back to e6 here. White's pawns are also a little overextended, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed. Like, you really want to play f4, and you would be able if it wasn't for the problems on the second rank. So he might consider playing rook d2. However, he will allow bishop a5. Like, it's not so clear.
Right. No, bishop b1, and I think Muradli is losing his mojo here. He's got threatening rook takes d5.
Yeah, that might have been the move because you're putting a lot of pressure on that rank.
He goes bishop g5, which is not really necessary. Rook c4, rook c4.
Ooh.
Rook c4 won a second pawn.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why he didn't go for that. He played rook d8 really quickly.
This is still obviously very, very good, but king g3, bishop.
Oh, drops the pawn on e5. You can't take because the rook on d1 is hanging.
Nasty move. And now he's up 2 pawns. And this is why.
b5, you can't take it because of knight d4.
Knight g5 wins a piece.
Oh, that hurts a lot. Yeah, that was a very convincing win by Raunak.
And a bad game for Muhammad. That was his worst game of the match. Like he got impatient and traded queens, and it just felt like he lost his heart there, even though he won the last game. So I don't know what that was all about, but he's got to bounce back. He can't let this get into a 4-point lead before the bullet. He just can't.
Indeed, now, and we see again Muradli avoiding the Sicilian, going for the Pierce defense, and yeah, we see knight b6. Okay, we see a different line. He had this different line played the other game. Yes, I think he's making a very good decision by playing this.
Yeah, knight ce2 and c3, a very unconventional play by Raunak. Knight h3. Wow, this is modern chess. Knight f2.
Absolutely. And yeah, we're gonna see a lot of knight maneuvers here. Like, it's so common to have knight maneuvers in this opening, and it's gonna be a very slow game. Like, you see all those pawns being pushed forward of Raunak, but in the end, like, if you push another pawn, like for example, if you push g5, you'll just face h5. If you push h5, there's gonna be g5. Like, there's always gonna be a response to those moves, and you don't really have a proper or like a very good follow-up to that.
Well, another trade, CD.
Right.
I don't like, which I really dislike. Why? Why allow the bishop to jump into d4 and potentially get rid of black star squared bishop?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. There was no need to take there, and it's better to keep the tension, right? If you don't have a proper follow up, and I'm not seeing one right now. I mean, obviously, like if you play 95, there's going to be a 4 on your roof. So
yeah, 4 and then the knight is lost because the bishop is undefended, and now, oh, but now look at the weakness. Maybe bishop b3, he wants d5. So I would actually take. Normally, I don't like to give up such a bishop, but in this particular instance, never mind.
oh,
Raunak
d5.
like,
Yeah, he was allowed
h5.
to play d5. h5, yeah.
Trying to carve out the f5 square for his knight.
Yeah, both players are playing for something here. Raunak trying on the king side and Muradli trying to respond in the center. And now after g5, the square f5 is available to the knight.
Oh, that is a monster square. And you certainly don't want to trade it in for the bishop. Like, you want to keep the knight here. Knight c5. Muradli desperately trying to create counterplay.
Yeah, and short castle on move 21.
Oh, lol. It's about time. And now you cannot take on e4 because you lose the knight on c5 in the end of the line.
Right, and funnily enough, like the pawns in the center are completely being ignored. Like it's like Muradli goes d5, and it's like, okay, Raunak is saying like, okay, what do you want? Go ahead.
Right, be my guest. Yeah, go d5. It's funny. I was contemplating a ridiculous queen sacrifice, just like taking 3 times on d5, but you don't get sufficient compensation there.
Right, and
bishop b6.
97.
Okay, so he just went bishop b6. Oh, he took on b6. Sorry, there was a knight there.
Oh, right.
I forgot there was a knight there. And now he's up in exchange of the pawn, but he's got a very bad bishop on g2 and a slightly flimsy king. So some work required, some work yet to be done for Raunak here.
Yeah, I didn't even realize the tactic was possible, but yeah, he's just up in exchange now, and that seems very promising. Muradli does have some counterplay here with the knight on f4, but I think because of the placement of the pieces, it's not going to be enough. However, maybe now you have bishop f8.
Or even, yeah, bishop f8 looks good. I thought maybe e4, bishop e5 also.
Oh, that looks very dangerous as well, making use of the fact that king on h2 is misplaced.
Very, very Muradli-esque continuation, but he is not finding these, these types of moves. He seems to be playing a little bit flat. Not that bishop f8 is bad. I think bishop f8 is decent.
No, I totally agree with what you're saying. It's like whenever he has this opportunity to make things very complicated, he goes for the more solid approach, more laid back, and he plays a move like bishop f8, which makes a lot of sense. But there was something more concrete like e4.
And it's costing him, I think, queen c. Okay, goes d7. Does Raunak trying to cling to the pawn? And eventually he's going to have to give it away.
Yeah, he is attacking the pawn e5, but that can easily be defended by f6, for example. Queen c7 has been played instead. Same kind of idea as you had earlier with e4.
Right. Now maybe knight e4, just put that knight, stick it in there, and stop the pawn from moving.
And he goes king h1. Okay.
Doing it from the other end.
Right, and I think now, I mean, do you want to take that pawn on d7? I would say so.
Better late than never, right? I mean, you don't just want to leave it there forever. And queen d2, knight e4. Well, white is up in exchange here.
Yeah, I do see some counterplay here for black because of the knight on f4, but I'm not seeing how you can make use of this. Like, you really need some rooks on the board for this.
Yeah, you do. No, black needs another pair of rooks. That's for sure. What's going to kill black here is the lack of the rooks.
Yeah, and there's the pawns are not really able to move. You don't really have any sort of play with the pawns, and that is hurting you a lot. Maybe you can push f5, but I feel like that's helping white more than helping black.
Right, because every move weakens the king side.
Yeah, and once again, Muradli down to 25 seconds. The damage is not big when it comes to the time in this game, but he's definitely not in a comfortable position right now.
No, not enough time to exploit his opportunities when they arise, right? Playing a position down in exchange with no time is thing. Because knight e8 check was a threat there. Raunak trying to decide the game immediately.
Yeah, that's a very good spot.
Good move by Muradli and forcing the knight back to e4.
Right, and maybe you can consider playing f5 now. I think it's the right time. Okay, bishop d5 makes sense.
Okay. Threatening nothing at the moment, I think, but just sort of improving the positioning of his pieces.
Yeah, for sure. And I think actually if you get rid of the knight on e4, like this bishop on g2 is not doing much. And I think black has a better minor pieces.
And there we go. A trade on e4. And now will white go c4?
Yeah, I think that's one of the few plans in this position. He needs to go for that. Queen c5, okay. Plays b4.
Okay, so he wants c4, I think, on the next move. 3 seconds from Muradli.
Right. Queen a4. Still not able to threaten anything in this position.
Bishop b3, shutting it down.
Okay, now
Queen f1.
Now Queen f1.
He got his first threat.
Yeah, and the problem is the bishop on f6 is not doing much. You really need to get that into the game to get anything going here, but he's not able to.
Yeah, it's like first car, first relationship, first threat. I'm threatening Queen f2. Okay, 96. Right. Queen d, but I don't see this happening, but he's got Raunak down to 7 seconds.
Yeah, anything is possible here.
Keeps trying to infiltrate, and wait a minute. Queen e3.
Threatening Queen e4, I'm guessing. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, knight d4. He's gotten his knight to a good spot.
1 second, you gotta move. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
He's gotta move. Queen h7.
That was close.
Move!
Oh man, both players are 1 second.
Raunak now is
repeating.
Raunak getting his king into the center. He's got to be careful. Move!
Oh my
goodness. Literally
knight
dropping
b5
down
check?
0.7 seconds. Yeah,
knight
b5
check.
Move! Knight d6, fork!
Ooh!
He forked him in e4, e4 wins.
E4 check.
Oh my God,
what is happening?
He switched.
He has a pass pawn.
7, and it's going to be promoted. Queen e1. Oh my God, Queen e3.
Queen e5.
Oh, he's going to mate
Queen
him.
b2 check or Queen c3.
f2 is coming, but how do you actually promote now? You can't.
You have to play Queen a2 check, I believe.
But white's holding down the promotion square. Now white's pushing his pawns.
Oh my goodness, what is happening?
Queen e8 check, don't get mated. Oh my God, this is so close to being mate.
Oh, Queen d5, but the bishop is holding down the pawn.
You can't trade a7. Okay, goes b6. Queen d6.
Oh, and a7, how do you stop the pawn? You're not able to. You have to get rid of the bishop.
Queen e7 check. Oh, he takes b6.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, and it's over.
That's not it. That's not it.
That is a heartbreaker. Muradli, he's a monster. He found a way to get that he was so close, and you can see the frustration written all over his face.
Wow, that was a really impressive game by both players, and especially Muradli coming back from such a horrible position, and it seemed so hopeless, and he was able to come back, and it shows his fighting spirit. It shows that he is capable of making something happen here in this match. But right now, the score is 9-6 for Raunak. Can Muradli pull something crazy off? And we're back to this position, Daya.
I'm tired of this line. I don't know why Muhammad now is repeating it, because it's clear. It's clear that Raunak has demonstrated a knowledge of the ideas here. And okay, this is tilt. You can see that motion is, oh, why did I go for this again? I've done that so many times before. When you're tilted, you just sort of resort back to what you know, even if it's not good.
Right, yeah, and now it's funnily enough, both players are playing extremely fast in this opening.
Wow.
Like typically, once they're around move 20, they're already like down to 1 minute each. So this is refreshing to see.
They're preparing for the bullet, which is going to be epic, by the way. I think Muradli is going to be very determined in the bullet, and he's shown an ability to play very fast and generate crazy chances. So I'm very looking forward to the bullet. But first, we've got 10 more minutes, an important 10 minutes, because these next 2 games are going to decide a lot.
Absolutely. And yeah, now we see h3 being played, and Raunak goes for bishop d3. Now, that is a very nice square for the bishop, but what does this actually do? I think the most important thing here is that it's looking at the square b1, so the rook is not able to access that, but it's also keeping an eye on the square e4, which is, I think, the most important square of this position.
E4 is indeed under black's control, under lock and key. Okay.
Right.
Rook A2.
Seems to be wanting to prepare rook b2 or maybe rook e1. I'm
Mhm.
guessing rook b2 now. But you don't really have like another rook to support on the b file. I think
Yeah.
that's the problem.
No, this position is very nasty for white. Once again, A4 maybe?
Yeah,
don't
that
know.
seems really interesting.
Push this pawn
I would
down.
play rook b3 after that.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's a legitimate idea, right? For rook b3. Sacrificing the exchange.
Yeah, and he goes queen c7. Okay, very
Or
solid approach. Taking it easy.
yeah, it's not easy for white to make a move here. It's not easy for white to make a move here at all.
Yeah, I mean, you want to play e4, but you're never going to.
No.
Yeah, that makes things a little bit difficult, and you really like have to stand here and see what Raunak is going to do here.
Which, when you're sort of frustrated to begin with, is never a good spot to be in, right?
Indeed, and now Raunak is preparing ideas like rook b1. Now, currently that's not possible, but you have to realize he played the queen c7 not only to defend the pawn a5, but he's also looking right on that square h2. Rook b2.
I thought about rook b2. Rook takes a5, rook c2, and then the other rook comes into b2, and he's got piggies on the second.
Wow. Yeah, that's some very impressive technique there. And then what can white do here? I mean, bishop d1. Do you want to play bishop d1?
I actually think white might have to play bishop d1, but then there's already like knight e4 ideas, and I feel like that goes downhill really quickly as well. He plays it, so we're about to find out.
Yeah, and what is the continuation here? Like, I don't really see it. I'm guessing you just have to improve your position with the black pieces. I mean, a5 is hanging right now, and I think unless you have something here concrete, you might want to try to defend that. So yeah, it's not so clear.
The thing is, if you defend it with this rook, then you still walk into rook takes a5, and the rook on b5 is overloaded. And then if you say, but I've got a desperado sacrifice on d2. No, you don't. White has a desperado check on a8 and then wins d2. So that doesn't work. My inclination is knight e4 for whatever reason. I want to open up the possibility of rook b1, but Raunak going for a much more solid continuation, repeating moves.
Okay, it goes back bishop d1.
I mean, Muradli's probably fine with repetition.
Absolutely. It's on Raunak to figure out something in this position, and he is. Oh, he's repeating.
Wow. Okay. I mean, maybe he's just saying, look, I'm down 3 points. The next game is probably going to be the last of the segment. Does he really need to press, that much? I think he's basically saying, I'm fine with the draw with black.
I'm curious if he's going to stall it right now, because I think after rook b2, it's immediate draw.
Yep.
So I think, okay, no, it's not.
I thought he would too. And he's obviously tempting Muradli into playing this, but I don't see any way for white to not repeat, and he does.
Yeah, he does. And I think it's a very fair result. And it's kind of funny seeing like the roles being reversed now, kind of, because I feel like at first they were doing really well with the white pieces, and now it's kind of switching up. Both players are doing better with the white pieces.
And we've got, again, this particular variation of the bishop b5 check Sicilian.
Yeah, and once again, there might be some b5 or d5 tactics in this position.
Yep. No, that actually, those are black's main plans. Queen d7 to d8 by Muradli, potentially swinging it over to a5. Knight comes back to d7. Oh, I think he did this in the first game in this line. Like,
yeah, indeed. Yeah, now a4 stopping b5.
No, they're repeating
C5.
the exact game.
Yeah, it feels like. And yeah, rook b1. You might. I mean, black was able to play knight b4 in the position. I'm curious if Raunak is going to stop that by playing b4. But then on the other hand, c4 might be really vulnerable. So Let's see how he's going to deal with that.
Well, there's white has knight d5, but that might run into e6, which could be counterproductive. And I never really understood these positions for either side. They're kind of hard to play, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much. There's a lot of tension going on in the center. I guess it's easier for black to maneuver because if white maneuvers not so properly, you might face like b5 and d5. So I think it's much easier for black to play here.
Right. And this is reflected by the fact that Muradli has 40 more seconds. He has been struggling in the 3-minute portion with his clock. Let's see if in this possibly the last game of the segment, he's able to manage his time a little bit better. That would bode well for the bullet, of course. Absolutely.
And we see rook d8. We see once again Muradli using the same idea as previously. He's going queen e8, rook d8. And I'm curious to see how is he going to follow it up the exact same way.
Well, both sides sort of poking and prodding, and queen d2 and knight d5 is possible now. Potentially heading for b6. He takes on c6, a trade, finally. Some sort of resolution of the tension.
Right, and now knight takes c6 has been played. I think that's in black's favor, actually. I mean, I don't really see like the play that white has here. I guess you can try b4 again, but once again, the pawn c4, you have to deal with that.
I think in the long run, and this is why I like what Raunak has just done. He's played bishop e3 to d4, right? I think now that black has gone e6, in the long run, black can target this d6 pawn. White can target this d6 pawn. So trade the bishops, double rooks. Eventually, yeah, b4, b5 could come with even greater effect if the d6 pawn becomes a serious weakness.
Right, and I think the one problem for white might be that after e5 now, the knight maneuvered to e6 all the way to d4, but at the same time, it does allow white to go knight d5, so it's kind of a double-edged position after e5.
And white can sack an exchange on d4 in those types of situations, especially if he's got a monster on e5.
Right.
So I guess I can show this line really quickly. It's quite instructive. If black goes e5, okay, white can go knight d5 to start, but the point is that in a position like this, a lot of people would just assume this knight is eternal. But sacking the exchange is very common in these types of positions. So black, of course, can't do the same thing.
Yeah, the knight on d5 looks really strong, and that's why he goes queen c7 instead. Playing very solid.
Okay, more cat and mouse action as the queen heading over to b6.
Right, and then the pawn on b3 is in trouble, so you have to probably play rook b1 after that.
And then I would play queen b6 anyway and try to target the d4 rook. And all of a sudden, you're experiencing some concrete problems.
Yeah, it's suddenly not so simple. I mean, the logical move would be king h1, but even then, after queen b6, you still have a hanging rook on d4 after rook b1.
Yeah, knight takes a4 there, and the rook hangs. That's exactly right. And Raunak, he goes b4, but not because he wanted to, I think, but because he has to. He's got no other choice. And now knight e5?
Seems like it, but c5? The d pawn is pinned?
And rook c8. Rook dc, you still go c5. And now the knight on d7 is loose.
Right. Yeah, it's not so simple. Yeah, maybe there's no, I was gonna suggest something like b5 or d5, but it's not defended enough to push those pawns. And here we go. C5. We see c5.
Oh, but wait, f4? Wait a minute, is there?
I'm not entirely sure.
F4, I think f4 is the move. I'm no, but f4 dc. Trying to figure it out.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Oh my God, there's a ridiculous move here. Knight, he found it! Knight b5! What a move!
Wow!
What a move! AB5, and the rook on c6 is trapped. And I thought about knight d5. It didn't occur to me to play knight b5.
Wow, what a move! And the rook is just trapped. You can't do anything about it.
Rook
and
is fully trapped. And DC doesn't help. You just take the rook on D7 and then the other.
And there's just no counterplay here for Black whatsoever. I think he has to resign very soon.
He does.
Actually, he has to right now if he wants to get another game.
Yeah, but I don't know if he does. I think he might just want to get into the bull. And he's got some off chances here.
True.
No, he should make a couple more moves here.
Yeah, okay. It's actually, you know, with the knight on e5, he has something going on. Like it's defendable in some way. Knight g4.
Okay, queen f3, rook c7. I would go rook c. Okay.
Okay. Knight d5.
He gets a knight onto a good square. Look at how black is arranged. His kingside pawns, right, to stop white from going out. Although white can go f5 anyway in some of these positions.
He sacrifices it.
Back.
Yeah, otherwise b5 was going to drop, and then you have to figure out how to defend rather than be on the upper hand.
Right, now I guess he's playing without risk. I guess queen d3 is coming.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of pressure on the d file, and queen a3 pinning down that pawn even more.
King h2, great move by Raunak, getting his king to safety. Muradli almost in Zugzwang.
Wow, very impressive play by both players, and it seems like Raunak is gonna take this the win here, anyways.
He's got to find a way to trick.
Wait a second.
No, that was a weird off ramp that he took there.
I spoke too soon because now it's very unclear how Raunak can actually win this game. D8 is covered.
Barely. I would just go h4. Or is he just going to repeat? No, he's going to go for the win. Queen g5. No, queen takes f4 check. Queen g5.
Queen f8.
Oh, queen f8 was right. Queen f8 was the winning move.
Oh my goodness.
Why did he listen to me instead of you?
Telling you, Diane, they're not listening.
Okay, and queen c3, queen c3. It's mate. Queen f6 is under the rook. Oh my God.
Oh my God. What a roller coaster this game was.
And another heartbreaker for Muradli. After that mate, things have gone completely downhill for him as he faces down a 4-point deficit going into the bullet end, Amaya. What a second portion of the 3-minute segment.
Absolutely, Daya. That was insane. And Raunak is now leading by 4 points, which is quite the difference. But seeing how Muradli has been playing, I am not writing him off away. I think he still has chances to come back from this. But with a 4-point lead, that's going to be very difficult for Muradli. So I'm really curious to see how things will be in the bullet portion of this match.
Yeah, no question that he's got it in him to come back. Again, let's not forget how he got here. He had an incredible qualifier. He's a great bullet player, and he's been fast, but Raunak has been trickier. He's been better prepared in the opening. He's been faster, and he's just seen more stuff. But it's 4-point lead. We've seen comebacks larger than that, so do not go anywhere. We have 30 more minutes of bullet still left to be played. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We will have the final segment of Muradli against Sadhwani on the other side of this break.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
SIG is a global quantitative trading firm that uses strategic games like chess to improve their decision-making skills. From corporate chess teams to podcasts to blog posts to collegiate chess sponsorships, see how SIG employees bring their love of chess to work every day at sig.com/chess. Now, the SIG question of the day, as we transition into the bullet segment here at this JSCC match, is what chess personality fits your work profile best? Strategic or tactical? What kind of personality are you? Are you an Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen, and Mikhail Tal, and Amaya, Raunak Sadhwani?
Yeah, kind of a mix of everything, honestly, Danya. Like sometimes a little bit strategic, sometimes a bit tactical. It's kind of a mix of everything, you know?
Right. No, same here. Well, there has been a mix of everything at this match. Raunak currently holds a 4-point lead. And as we revisit the Smarter Chess stats brought to you by chessgoals.com right before the bullet segment starts, and Amaya 7.5, 2.5, the prediction, he needs to violate that and turn it on its head.
Absolutely. I think he has been doing a great job proving Smarter Chess wrong here. When it comes to, for Muradli, that is. He has been doing so well throughout the entire match. I feel like the score does not reflect the power, like the strength he has been able to put up in the match so far. But now we're starting with the bullet portion of the match, everyone. 30 minutes of 1+1. Let's see what they have to offer for us.
Buckle your seatbelts. And I think Muradli shouldn't get too discouraged. He's had chances in almost all of the games that he's lost. He's almost hasn't lost any games just sort of in one-sided fashion. So he's just got to exploit some of his tactical opportunities. Let's watch. Okay, so in English, he's pushed his pawn all the way to a6.
They're changing things up right now, and with the pawn on a6, it could definitely cause a lot of complications here for Black, especially since it's bullet. I mean, anything can happen here.
Right. And he's got the two bishops, which I like. Now, from Raunak's perspective, he's got a very nice pawn on c5. He's got sort of a clamp going on the center. But I like this position from White's perspective, given that it's bullet.
Right, and now like e4 seems to be tempting, but it will leave the d3 pawn completely alone and abandoned, and you will eventually lose that pawn after knight db4. So e4 is not a move you want to play, even though it looks super tempting to play.
God, look at the clock, though. 30 seconds to 50. Uh-oh, and is there knight d4?
Oh, knight takes e3, knight takes e2 as a threat.
Oh, and the queen is kind of dangling there in the center and has nowhere to go. 20 seconds. Oh, I think he's going to lose this. B5?
Yeah, this is not looking good. Knight takes c3.
Yeah,
I guess b5.
No, this is over. Takes and queen takes.
Oh, the d3 pawn is simply hanging, right?
And look at the clock. He's up 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's like he prepared the entire game when it comes to Raunak.
Although Raunak is just flubs the c3 pawn, and he's allowed White to establish a little defensive construction with the bishop on b5.
True. Now the bishop seems to be acting like a pawn in this situation. I mean, it's not doing much there, but it is defending the pawn on c4 really well, and that's going to help Muradli a lot when it comes to trying to get a draw from this game.
Well, Muradli just has to do nothing, right? He just has to go back and forth and hope against hope that Black is not going to have any way to make progress. One thing that already comes to mind, you can move the king into e5, and then eventually you can even try to consider sacrificing an exchange on b5. So Black has an abundance of ideas here.
Right, but seeing how the match score is right now, I don't see Raunak going for the risk here. I think he's very happy with the draw here. So if there is going to be a moment that he has to take the draw, he will go for that.
Well, he's already milked 3 minutes off of the match clock, and he's got every shot at milking at least another minute, if not a minute and a half.
Absolutely. And now we are in a opposite color bishop endgame, giving more opportunities for Muradli to make a draw. But yeah, I think we're going to see a draw very soon.
But if I'm Raunak, I am not just stalling. I'm going to stall until I have 1 second and then keep playing. Just like take 3 minutes off the clock, just like make it harder and harder for Muradli to give him less of a margin for error.
Indeed, yeah. And now they're repeating the moves, kind of, but yeah, there's just no way to make progress here. And we see draw by repetition, actually.
And 4 minutes off the match clock were taken by Sadhwani, who draws with black. As you said, solid result. And another Sicilian.
Okay, it's a surprising decision by Muradli. I'm wondering if he has something to play against this line of Raunak, because now h3 g4 is on the board again.
Mm-hmm. H3 g4, and in a bullet game, obviously the situation is different. You play what you're comfortable with. Ooh,
is this a different line?
Is this a thing? I don't know. It's a pawn sacrifice. I'm a little bit skeptical. I mean, he gets something in return, obviously.
Yeah, in some ways this is definitely possible, but in this situation, I'm not entirely sure, considering that like black has a lot of play here, and I'm not really seeing what white has in store here.
A lot of play, a brilliant knight and an extra pawn, but Raunak going for an early c4 to dislodge the knight from d5, although it can obviously move to f4. So
right.
I'm not enthralled with how Raunak is handling this particular opening.
Yeah, and the center of black is just simply amazing. Like, white doesn't have the center at all. I mean, the pieces are controlling the center, but that's about it. And now knight f4 threatening knight takes g2 as well as knight d3, so you have to take it. Or bishop f1 if you really want to keep it.
He actually might go bishop f1, because taking would entail, okay, he does take, but with a heavy heart.
Right. Knight c3, and now e5 seems to be the logical move to develop the bishop. Yeah. Okay, he goes. I was going to consider bishop a6 as well, but bishop e6 feels natural.
Bishop e6, rook d8, and h5 even looks very much into style. He goes rook a d8. This is a game that he must non-negotiably win, and quickly too.
Indeed, bishop c5 now, and there's so many weak squares along this diagonal. d4, e3.
Yeah.
It may not want to make use of it right off the bat, but it's definitely giving you so many opportunities in this position.
But I wouldn't trade rooks. I would go rook h8. Very good. Yeah, very good technique by Muradli. Preparing h5.
Indeed, and this rook on d1, it has the open file, but what does it have on this file? All the squares are covered by the pieces of black, and he goes rook b1 instead.
h5. I mean, white obviously wants b4, but I don't think that's dangerous.
Yeah, it only looks dangerous, but indeed, you're rightly saying that there's not much going on here for white, and black is just crushing it on the h file. Sooner or later, we'll see h takes g4. There you go.
Oh, God. And now f5 looks nasty. GF, bishop f5, bishop d3, and just take h3. Everything is collapsing here.
f3.
Oh my goodness. No, this is crushing. But the time situation again is the only little sliver.
Bishop d4.
Sadhwani. Yeah, bishop d4.
And now the knight is pretty stuck on a4.
So rook a8 is a big threat actually. c5.
Right.
Good stuff by
okay. Oh, knight c5 check.
Oh, he's won the bishop. This is not over.
It's not over. I mean, it should be over because there's so many pawns, but how do you stop them?
Yeah, but how do you promote them?
Yeah, right. But I was going to say that it's very easy to stop them.
Knight f5, and he's starting to take them. Knight e3.
Okay, now it's clear. Yeah, the bishop is just stuck. Okay,
yeah, but
king d2.
h5, g6.
Oh.
Knight f5. How is he doing this?
Okay, I think that's pretty. I mean, knight takes h4. Obviously, you take the pawn g7. But what if you don't take?
King c3.
Right. King c3.
Whoa, knight d6. What a move!
You can't play d2 because of knight takes.
And he's gonna take all of black's pawns. He's gonna make a draw. He's gonna make a draw.
No way!
I think he's gonna make a draw. Bishop e4.
This is not ideal. You do not want to play rook versus any of the minor pieces because Raunak will just drag down the clock. And you can't even take a piece anymore.
No. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, this was a very crucial game for Muradli. And this is just a very simple draw now for Raunak.
And he's gonna flag. Oh my god.
Oh man, he might actually. He really needs to speed up. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, there we go. Is he gonna? Don't get forked. Do not get forked.
I don't want to be that person dying, but I want to see the checkmate with bishop and die.
I know,
Okay.
I do as well. I wouldn't mind it either, but that is just a backbreaker and a heartbreaker, and it took another 5 minutes off of the match clock, and Muradli has to convert those.
Yeah, and it is not looking good. Now we have 21 minutes left on the match clock. That gives a lot of opportunity to come back in this match. But as the time runs down, we have very little chances left. Now we are back to, we have a Catalan opening here. Very interesting
Right.
choice.
We have a Catalan. Okay, so Muradli with a kind of peaceful variation, knight f3 to e1, preparing a potential f3 to chase away Black's knight. But look at how aggressively Sadhwani is handling this g5, h5. All chambers are filled as he attacks the king side with h4 and g4.
Yeah, this is typical Raunak style, just to push all the pawns, no matter what. I mean, if you look at it this way, what is white able to do against those pawns? Like, it's not like you have, you're able to make use of the weaknesses the pawns are creating like this.
Because look at how passively white is placed. Like, white's pieces are just unable to produce any play against Black's weakened king.
Right. So yeah, now we see b5. Okay, I like that approach. Trying to open things up on the queen side.
Yeah, but rook c8, even just stopping knight c6 in its tracks. This is not good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit rough for white. I mean, the knights are completely dominating the position, and that's why one is being traded off. But now you have to move the queen, probably to e2. There you go.
And now that attacks the h5 pawn, a good move by Muradli. But now Sadhwani can just start munching.
Right, knight c6, sacrificing a pawn, but what is a continuation for Black?
Ooh, some moves. Yeah, bishop e1 maybe, and then eventually maybe you can play f3, but no, this is not good.
Yeah, I mean, h4 sooner or later. Bishop b4 is a nice way to trade more pieces, because I think the less pieces are on the board, it will be much more difficult for Black to attack. But at the same time, how do you deal with this knight on c4? It's a monster.
Oh, let's not forget that Black is up a full pawn, so
right.
Black's got advantages in all areas of the board, basically. Knight a3 is a great move, forcing the rook away from the b file. Back he goes to c4.
He does not mind a repetition.
No, he does h4. White has to create some semblance of chances against Black's king.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Like, you would want to consider sacrificing the exchange, but it's too much. You can't even afford that.
And these games are taking so long. Like, both players essentially spending all of their time and living on increment.
Right. b1, and yeah, this pawn is devastating for white. And now h4 even.
Completely, and he attacks on all sides with 3 seconds for Muradli. GH is a good move.
Okay, it looks very dangerous, but what is the follow-up for Black?
And rook fb1, attacking b5. It's not over yet. Rook takes b5.
3 seconds?
Take b5, take h4. Rook h8 is coming. It's over.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Curtains. Rip.
He's still surviving.
g3.
Queen h. You can even play queen h1 maybe.
Oh yeah. Knight. Oh wait. What? Oh, g3 to distract the white queen. Wow.
Oh wow. Yeah. This is too much.
Oh, the immediate rook c7 check maybe was better. But anyways, another win for Sadhwani with 17 and a half to go in the match. Muradli has to be perfect from now on, basically.
Yeah, there is a 5-point difference now, so that is quite a big gap. And so far, Muradli has been struggling a little bit in the bullet portion. Raunak has been playing really, really well, really fast, really precise, and it shows.
And they're repeating this line again, which is not the most interesting Sicilian I've ever seen, but I'll give them a pass. They've had a lot of entertaining games today.
Absolutely. Yeah, once again, he goes for his line with queen e8, and now trade on c6. I believe that did not happen right away, so he changed that up this time. Now with b4 immediately, because there's no more danger going on the c file.
Right. And c5, good move by Muhammad there, carving out some squares for his knight. And now black is better.
Yeah, and now
black is
don't play
definitely
queen
better.
d4 because knight c6 is a threat there. So, oh, he ignores
Right.
the pawn even on c4.
He ignores it. He's going instead for piece activity, maybe trying to put his queen on g5. And,
Right.
Yeah, he's just playing casually. 5-point lead. He feels confident. And things are looking very grim here for Muhammad.
Yeah, and he's spending a little bit more time. And yeah, we noticed that he has been struggling in this bullet portion of the match to be up on the clock. Now, Raunak is taking some time here, so that could give Muradli some chances. You see,
But it's got to
Rook
start. He's got to win a game, first of all. Like, he hasn't won a single bullet game yet. I don't remember the last game he won. Right? It's been a while.
It's been a while indeed. And yeah, now he plays king g7, and this pawn on c4 is a permanent weakness. But at the same time, there are a lot of things that Muradli needs to be worried about as the rook enters on the 7th rank.
Right, although e6 is a very nice move, dislodging the knight from d5. And where does the knight go? If you go to b6, then do you run into knight takes? No, knight takes c4, there's queen c3 check. Do not take on c4. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Not sure where the rook should go. This is a bit of a mind-boggling position.
Yeah, indeed. Rook goes to c5. Do you want to play queen d4 to put pressure on the d6 pawn, but at the same time, oh, goes a5?
Take it. What's the idea if you just take? Or am I missing something obvious?
I'm not entirely sure. Queen d4 or f4?
Oh,
f4, queen c3.
No, but rook a1 check. Won the queen. Rook a1 check. And knight g4 was a 4.
Right. Oh my
God.
goodness.
Now it's not as clear, but you can't miss these tactics. Now it's not clear.
Yeah,
God,
how do you stop the pawn?
And how do you prevent queen c3 check, which forks the king and the rook?
Okay, two. Okay. But it's not helping a lot.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Queen d6? And it's just that white's king is too vulnerable here. Queen d1. Queen d1.
Ooh.
h5.
Oh, and queen g4 is checkmate. It's checkmate in 2.
Made in 2. That was a mouse slip by Sadhwani. I think he wanted h3.
Oh, wow.
Okay. That's a win.
It's a win. It's the first win in this bullet portion for Muradli. So, okay, there are definitely still chances. But when we look at the match clock, there's 13 minutes left. And Raunak does not have to go crazy, even though he plays the line with g5 here.
Right. And g5 is pretty conventional these days as he takes the pawn on b4. What is Muradli doing? This is a horrendous opening. He's blundered. He's given up 2 pawns. Now he's got some compensation, but this is not how you win the game.
Yeah, Raunak caught him completely off guard here, and now c5 is preparing knight c4 and knight d6, so that's not too bad.
Yep. No, Muradli doing a great job of recovering. He's given up 2 pawns, but I've noticed that he likes these positions. He's quite good in them. It's not easy for black to develop.
That is true. You make a very good point there. Muradli is developing his pieces very well in such a way that it restricts black from developing properly. Although you can develop the knight on g8 very easily, but the idea is not so clear maybe.
And 30 seconds, and all of a sudden, it's Muhammad who's up 25 seconds on the clock. And plenty of time, right? There is enough time to start 4 games, but this is another must-win situation. Let's see. H3 doing well so far. 56
How did the pawn get there?
Confidence. Look at with the confidence with which he's playing in this position. Rook f5, maybe. No.
Yeah, and it goes to show how important piece development is, because black is just not able to develop, and it shows like you're struggling to make progress here.
Knight a6, great move though. I think rook takes g3. He wants to castle queenside, but then bishop takes c6. No, you got to take that pawn. Take that pawn.
He doesn't.
I don't know. Bishop g5, I guess he wants.
Yeah, I guess that's what he's thinking about. And rook c8. Okay.
Bishop g5? No, it goes simply rook f1.
Right.
I thought bishop g5 was the whole point, but okay. What now?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Like, you want to put pressure on that pawn f7, but it's not possible
But-
anymore.
Sadhwani has no time. Like, how do you defend this with 6 seconds left?
Yeah, I
Although
think that's
Raunak-
why Muradli's also like keeping the keeping the
Nice
pace
move.
up. Wow.
Raunak, oh, knight c7, knight c7.
Rook takes
Wait, rook
f6. What is happening?
Yay, and the rook is pinned. d5.
Oh
Ooh.
my goodness. Queen a4.
No, queen a4. Queen a4 was mate. Oh my
Oh, the
god.
knight is
he's
pinned on
missing.
a7.
And
Oh
queen
my-
queen b1 check is now a threat. Oh my, queen b7. Queen b7 stopping queen b1 check. But he's got to move.
King
he's
g2. I'm not
completely
happy with that.
Oh my god, rook f8, rook f8,
Wait.
rook f8.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness. And now it's finally mate with rook h6. My goodness. No, rook h6.
Rook e8, rook e8. He was seeing the same checkmate as I didn't see rook h6.
Oh my god. And it's a 3-point match. And am I not the smoothest conversion, but it's a 3-point match.
Yeah, he's seeing those little tactics. He's missing them, but he also he showed to us that he is capable of seeing those tactics. It was very complicated. Like, the position was very complicated, but it was very interesting. And now we're back to Sicilian.
Back to a line that we have seen all throughout the matches. And h5 is how Mohammed successfully handled this in the blitz portion. Let's see if he repeats that. Oh, Eve, maybe? No. He takes on d4.
Right.
What do you make of that? And now what? e5?
E5, yeah, that would make sense. G5.
Oh, I've seen this idea before too. This is one way of handling g4.
Ugh, it doesn't feel any good.
e5, good move by Sadhwani, ripping open the center. Queen a5 though.
E5, right? Okay, but now you have a problem on f6. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, great question. Bishop c5, queen back to d2.
Yeah, I think that's the way, but then you have to go back.
You might be able to do it tactically, maybe with like rook d8, bishop takes f6. No, I don't see it. This is correct,
maybe
apparently.
bishop takes f2.
Bishop f2. Oh, and e5 hangs. Bishop
Oh,
F2,
E5 is hanging.
He's got to see that. He has to see that. And misses
No,
it.
he misses it.
I mean, you can't win a match without seeing tactics like that. You just can't.
Yeah.
You
And I
cannot
think
miss that
Raunak
stuff.
is realizing this, and he goes
And
queen
Raunak-
e3.
Very, very good decision by Raunak. He, of course, saw that. Muradli's missing all of these like tactics. He has his chances, and now he's in
Absolutely.
big trouble. Although it's still complicated.
It's complicated, but I would not want to play here with black pieces for the simple reason that my king is never castling anymore, and it's not the safest
Right.
in the center.
No. And White's king is perfectly safe. Rook takes d8. Okay, what is he going to take back with? The bishop, maybe? No, he takes with the queen.
Yeah, perhaps I'm worried about queen d4. So
Bishop
yeah,
f3.
okay. The black king is surprisingly enough pretty
Yeah.
safe there.
It's pretty solid for black. It's not easy to actually make inroads, but what also hurts black is the fact the rook cannot activate through h8, which is why I think he's trading bishops.
Right, but this knight on e4. Oh,
Right, exactly.
okay, rook d6.
What now? Wait a minute, knight e5?
Yeah, it seems like black is able to come back from that. Knight e5, knight
Rook-
c4 is a threat.
Oh, queen b4 maybe.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, the
queen
problem
b4.
is you always have rook d7 chances.
Don't go knight f3. Okay.
He can't, if he wants to knight rook d7, but I don't think he wants to trade everything off. He doesn't need
Oh,
to.
but queen b4. Goes out for no knight c4. He had knight c4. Knight d3.
Knight d3.
He won the queen. Oh, what? Oh my god! And he wins. Sorry, I didn't touch anything. I did not touch anything.
Oh no! Yeah, we got really caught there.
That's nuts.
I think he went into the focus mode. I'm
it
not
did
sure
it.
how to
It's-
fix that.
There we go.
There
We're
we
back.
go.
Oh my goodness. Knight d3 check. Are you kidding me? Two different pins?
Yeah, that was crazy. It confuses so much that we ruined the chessboard for you.
Right,
all.
exactly. Oh my goodness. Now this is a match now, Anamaya. It's a 2-point match with 6 minutes to go. Here we go.
Yeah, Muradli definitely has some chances here.
And he's again getting the kind of position that he's comfortable in, b5. And if c5, he's going to go a5 and a6.
Right. Okay, short castle. It's like Raunak is like, I don't care. I'm fine.
I'm totally fine. The king is solid. Knight b3. Look who's up on time. It's Muradli. Ooh, no. This loses. BC. No, BC was winning it on the spot.
It's not the right order, but you still have BC.
It still looks terrible for black. Queen b4 check. King has to move, which she missed.
This check. So you have to resolve that first. But you still have a takes b6 in the position.
Yes, BC is a threat. And if BA, then I think he's going to play a move like queen a3 to smoke black's queen out of the position.
Right. Yeah, even though he missed the opportunity to win on the spot, I think he is still doing a great job. And gotta be careful. The knight is jumping in. Whoa.
It's jumping into c3. Yes, indeed. Queen c1, knight c3, rook b2.
Oh, queen c1, I gone queen h6.
I think knight takes d4.
Yeah.
Yes, he finds it.
Wow.
Knight e6. And now White's got a million things for the exchange and the possibility of going c7.
Bishop d5.
It's winning, completely winning.
The king is not safe anymore, I can tell you that.
Knight c7 check, and he takes with a fork.
Wow.
Now he's completely winning.
Wow, what a game by Muradli.
Where was this? h3. I would go h3. Open up the h file.
Yeah. Okay, goes queen b2, goes for the slower approach. I mean, he's showing that queen takes c6 is not a move because of 97 check.
c7. I mean, and then ab.
AB, right.
And then what? h3. Now I would still
king
go
g2,
h3.
rook moving over to a1.
But now he's going to have to show some technique.
Right, yeah. Veronica's not going to make it easy for him.
No, and he's already not making it easy for him. Raunak with an excellent move, f4.
Okay, b6 is hanging.
Yeah, no, it's completely win. Rook a8 and queen whatever. Yeah. Wait, don't go rook a8. Rook f7? Oh my god. Queen b6. He has to go queen b6.
It's the only move, yeah.
e4, queen e3. Just get the queen back. Just get the queen
safe and
back.
sound.
Safe and sound. Queen c7 maybe is a try, but then but this is
this is it. Yeah, you can't. Yeah,
you cannot mess this up. c5, d4, and the pawns push themselves. Why rook e4? Rook f4. Okay, fine. And he wins again. It is a 1-point match. Here we go.
It's just a 1-point difference, and we're gonna have probably 2 games now.
We're definitely gonna have 2 games. Oh my lands! And Muradli with the black pieces and basically a must not lose scenario. He can even pull out a draw here. He can afford a draw.
Right.
But he's playing for a win. He said he smells blood.
Yeah, he has a great comeback right now, and he must proceed this streak.
He was down by 5. This would be one of the most epic comebacks that we've ever seen. I mean, Andrew Hong did this exact same thing against the Wonder Liang, only to tie up the match and then lose the last game. So what happened is he won the equivalent of this game and then lost the next one, which would be insane if this happened again.
Wow, that's insane. And we see once again the Pirates defense, and both sides are taking it very easy. We see knight maneuvers, we see slow pawn pushes, just like the old school players.
But look at the clock. I mean, Muradli's gotten himself into a huge hole clockwise, and he's gotten a bad position too. Or
yeah, it seems like
a bad position.
Yeah, it seems like it's very simple to play here for Raunak. He knows what he's doing, and for Muradli, it's like, what am I going to do here? He takes on d4, opens up the c file, but at what cost?
Yeah, now White also has this idea of going f5, knight f4. Sometimes Muradli doing a good job of trading pieces.
Right, and the knight jumps to c5, which is why bishop f8 has been played.
Nasty. This looks nasty after knight c5. B4.
Yeah, I don't really like this for black.
Okay. 20
Yeah,
seconds
maybe
for Mohammed.
do you want to play b4, but I feel like you will just lose all the everything that you have in his position. Like, I don't really
Right.
see what Black's idea is here.
He's getting his knight to f5. He's
Right.
getting his knight to f5, which is a great idea, and queen c8, and I think he should be able to hold this.
Right. Okay. White goes f5. Okay.
But look at the match clock.
Ooh,
Oh,
knight takes
he
e5.
might win. Oh my God. And look at the match
What?
clock. But look at the match clock. Raunak, oh no, he won't be able to stall this game out. What I'm saying is that a draw is no longer satisfactory for Black. Knight g4. And if you take c6, e3 hangs at the end of the line. Oh my God.
Oh
my God.
What is happening?
Oh my God. I think Black might be winning.
Oh my goodness.
This is insane. He's got 8 seconds though. How does he untangle himself? Bishop b4. Knight takes d4.
Incredible.
Ooh, he had knight takes d4.
Right.
I think he still might have knight takes.
He still has it?
I don't know what he has. Got 6 seconds.
He doesn't have so much time, and it's such a complicated position. There's everything is going on right now.
But he's simplifying. Knight e7 is a great move. Knight d5.
Right.
Oh God. Okay, this is going to be the last game of the match.
Right. He is in a must-win situation right now.
Yes, it's official. 10 seconds. d6. Queen d7. I don't know if he's going to do it. Raunak's going to pass her. Knight c3 coming to d5.
How are you going to stop that pawn?
This is
Wait
the
a
last game
minute.
of the... Oh, bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
Queen a... Wait, bishop c3 and queen a7 is
A7?
mate. Oh my God.
No
Oh my God.
way.
He's gonna win. Queen e3.
You just take that, and it's over.
F4. He resigned. It's overtime. He did it.
It's overtime. Unbelievable.
4-game 1+1 mini match is coming up. One of the greatest comebacks in JSCC history has just been pulled off to tie the match. Even Alexa's excited. Oh my goodness. And Raunak has to get himself together. He has to pull himself together and focus on these next few games.
This is incredible. What a comeback from Muradli. Who would have thought that he would strike back after having such a rough time at the start of the bullet portion? He came back with a monster score of 5 wins in a row.
Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. And we have overtime. The games are about to begin. 4 games of 1+1 to decide the winner of this match. Here we go.
Wow.
And can Muradli get his first lead of, well, not of the match. He was leading after the first game. That was about the last time that he was leading.
This is insane. Who would have thought we would get to this point? Like, there were so many chances for Raunak to try to keep the lead on the scoreboard, but nope. Muradli proved all of us wrong.
Unbelievable. Okay, my voice is getting hoarse.
Yeah, so okay, this is the first match of this. So we're gonna have 4 games of 1+1. Let's have a look. So far it's a different position from usual.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty typical Kali structure where Black has gotten a nice knight on e4, and, you know, g6 h5 is sometimes an idea here. Queen f6. Right.
Queen f6. And yeah, Black wants to play c5 at one point.
Okay. h5, there's that typical move.
Yep, typical Raunak goes for h5, g5, g4, and White can figure out what to do with that. Goes h3. I think that's a good play of Black. White, that is.
I'm not sure I like Mohammed's choice of opening here. Very, very passive. And he's again down to 30 seconds, although clearly that does not deter him. You know,
right.
He can still win. Knight f4, good move.
Yeah, so what happens after takes? You just sacrifice the pawn?
Yeah, you get rid of the dark squared bishop, which otherwise would have been able to inflict a lot of damage along this diagonal.
Right. But very nice play then of Muradli.
Rook e2 and rook e1, and he's got a bit of an initiative going now, and he's got more time.
Yeah, does he maybe want to consider playing bishop c1? Although I'm not sure how you can put this bishop on a better square, even though like bishop c1 looks very appealing.
Knight c3 is now a big threat.
Right.
a5, great move by Raunak.
Gotta keep an eye on bishop a6 moves. Okay, he's down
Knight
to
takes.
20
Knight
seconds.
takes.
Oh, he just blundered that.
I think he just.
Oh, maybe
blundered.
he's hoping queen h7?
Well, yeah, but I think queen h7, king f8. I don't think there is anything there. Yeah, I mean, Raunak just takes the bishop. He panicked.
Yeah.
Takes him bishop f5, maybe? Bishop f5, last chance. What does black do after bishop f5?
Is that rook takes c2? Oh, and queen h8, king e7, then you take back.
No,
right.
I guess bishop f5, the move was knight f6, but now queen h6.
Yeah, that seems very logical. Queen h6. Oh, goes queen f6.
Ooh.
Seems fine, but
f5. No.
it's starting queen takes d4 check, if anything.
Yeah, f5, queen d4, and rook e2, I think. But 6 seconds for Raunak, anything can happen. 3 seconds, 2 seconds.
Rook e4,
Whoa,
you can take
now
that.
he's back
The
in
bishop.
the game. Oh, God. He's back in it.
How do you stop queen h8? Queen h6 is
Queen
forced.
h6 and rook h4, and now it's anybody's game. He missed queen d4.
Rook h4 back? Why not?
Oh my God, it's gonna be a draw. Rook h6, he took another one.
He's
G4.
continuing the game.
And rook f4, he gets out of it. He's better now. White is
G4?
better.
Oh,
This is insane.
this is
Don't miss
really
a fork, though.
dangerous.
Raunak's knight on d5 is so dangerous.
You take the pawn, I go g5.
Rook e2,
Whenever I
getting
want
the
to.
rook. Oh, and he stops everything.
Okay. There's no entry for the rook.
Rook
But
c1 though. He's going after the pawns, and it's falling.
pawn.
Oh my God! Now white is not risking g5. Oh, he wins the. Oh,
I think he
G5,
could.
G5.
Okay, g5. Yeah, g5. That's it. F6
It's winning.
and that's
he's
it.
gonna win. He's gonna win.
What a comeback!
3 more games.
Wow.
He has won 6 in a row to take the lead for the first time since the 5-minute portion.
It's incredible for the first time. Who would have thought? Like, we know from the Smarter Chess predictions earlier that it was going to be Raunak leading, like, with a crazy score in the bullet portion. Wait!
He blundered a piece. He blundered a piece. Oh my God.
I looked away and I
was
couldn't even
drinking-
see.
I was sipping coffee and I was just like almost choked.
I could hear it. I was like, wait a second.
Sorry
Oh,
to
man.
interrupt you. And
No, don't worry.
My
It
God.
was
And
a
now he's
perfect
up a full
moment.
piece. He's up a full piece. He should be able to convert this. Bishop takes c3 is coming. And Raunak will be in a must-win situation.
Oh my goodness. What is happening? Raunak is completely falling apart.
Complete meltdown here. And this is just so uncharacteristic. I mean, these kinds of blunders. I mean, you just can't believe it. It was a 5-point lead. The match was over. I mean, he had him dead to rights.
This is a massive tilter for Raunak, losing 7 games in a row. That's not a characteristic of him.
Completely. And, you know, it could have been a lot of different things. It could have been the fact that he probably started looking at the clock, you know, start thinking, you know, I just got to bleed the clock out one more time. And that, you know, often causes nervous reactions. F6, and black is completely winning here. Is up a full piece. Bishop c6.
It's crazy. Bishop c6, and there you go. And we see resignation. 2 more
Raunak
games, or
has to win both. Right?
Yeah.
It's best of 4.
right. So if Muradli draws this game, it's over.
It's over. If Muradli draws this game or the next one, it's over. And Raunak has to find some sort of source of inner strength that he hasn't tapped into yet. But Muradli might just be unstoppable at this point. And Sadhwani's already much worse. He's just played a really bad opening.
Yeah, it's insane how the tables turn.
I don't like b3 though. That weakens the knight. Good move by Raunak.
Yeah, I don't see how black can make use of this. Like, there's too many knights on the diagonal for the bishop.
And the thing
e6,
is,
I like that.
I'm sure Muhammad is also nervous, but he's probably like, I can't believe I'm even here right now. Like, he's just enjoying it.
Absolutely. Now f4 might come sooner or later, followed by f5, although it weakens the e4 pawn a lot, so you might want to wait with that for a second.
Rook fd1.
Yeah. Okay, goes for f4.
Knight d7. Raunak doing a good job creating tension here. This is what he needs to do. And imagine if Raunak wins both on demand. Oh my God. Oh,
That's the e4 pawn.
no, but is like, oh, knight f takes e4. Knight f takes e4, and the bishop on e3 is going to hang at the end of the line. And Raunak is winning. Oh my God.
Wow.
Whew.
It just doesn't end.
I
We're gonna
cannot
hear
take this. This is crazy.
insane.
And knight
And
takes
now,
What
yeah.
he missed, right? What he missed, he thought, oh, knight takes e4, the queen is hanging. He forgot that the bishop hangs at the end of that line. He took the other way, but now Raunak should be able to win this, but it's not a given.
Yeah, okay. Raunak is up a pawn now. And it should be easy to convert considering there are not really big imbalances in the game. And I feel like black's pieces are super active. So something really strange must happen for Raunak not to win this game.
But I like what Muhammad is doing here. G4 opening up some avenues. And okay, it's still some technique has to be demonstrated. I mean, D5 is not easy to play. How does black make progress here?
Yeah, you're making a really good point there. And Muradli is just saying like, okay, I'm just going back and forth. Show me what you got.
Right, exactly. Exactly. Okay, GF, bishop F2.
F2 and everything safe and sound.
In 25 seconds, now the clock situation beginning to equalize. He's got no entry points down the G file as he goes around to D8, B8.
Okay, he's trying to push B5 now. Bishop A7, what a move.
Yeah, he's like, no, you're not.
Yeah, how do you break
D8.
through here?
I'm at a lot. I mean, D5, I think.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna see D5 very soon. Now there's the rook on D7.
Only move. In fact, he has no other ways to break through. But 5 seconds for Muradli.
Oh, gotta speed it up now. Okay, goes rook G1. I guess he's trying to get to G7 somehow. He's not able to.
Oh, King E3 somehow holding rook C1.
Bishop C7, Bishop E5. Okay, goes rooks. Oh,
Bishop C5. Bishop. Wait, King.
B6.
No, B6. B6 wins. What
Maybe King D. He had to play King D4, King D5.
Oh, and then B6, Bishop A3.
Bishop E3.
Oh my God, he had a defense there.
He did.
That was unfindable. It's still not over. It's still not over.
Oh my Lord.
I would play King F5 there, but okay. But okay.
Yeah, this match is insane. And both players are now very much in time trouble, but obviously Raunak is having a very comfortable position. However, some pawns are dropping.
Look at this, rook H5. Oh, okay, rook takes C5 is coming. Rook takes C5, a great move by Raunak. Oh, rook takes H4. Wait, but I think you can take it because the bishop is the right color. It's winning.
Oh.
It's over, and it's down to the last game. Oh my God.
What a game by Raunak. What a comeback. And we're just going to the fourth game?
Wait, how do you get Zuko? Bishop H2. Bishop H2. It's winning. It's winning. Bishop E5 and Bishop H2.
Okay, there you go.
God. This is one of the most epic matches in JSCC history. No question about it. Regardless of the result.
Absolutely. And here we are back to the pair to defense. It's match point. I mean, it was already match point, but now, yeah, we might see a tie.
We might see a tie. And if there's a tie, I believe there's an Armageddon game.
That would be crazy. How often do we have the... No, you never?
No, I don't think we've ever had. But look at Raunak. He's just delivering checkmate.
Oh, no, you do not want to see H5 in this position. I think H5 hold by rook takes.
H6. Oh, my goodness. I think Muhammad just flubbed the opening completely.
Oh, man, it's the pressure. Both players are under huge pressure right now. And it shows like they've been messing up their openings a lot in these in the 4 games.
Okay, nice defense there by but E5 looks so bad for black.
Oh, knight G4 is a good counter attack.
Bishop takes C7. Okay, takes A6. Not favored by the eval bar.
Still fine. Bishop takes C7. There's always knight takes F2 in the air.
Oh my God, we might have a bidding for an Armageddon if Raunak wins this game.
That will be insane. He goes knight takes F2.
Okay.
But it doesn't solve the problems that black has in this position, starting with bishop takes D6.
Bishop takes d6. So Raunak is actually giving up an exchange, but in return, he's getting a monster bishop. And look at these minors. Bishop h6. Oh,
Queen g4. Okay.
Muhammad keeping himself in the game.
Yeah, we might see some c5 in the next couple of moves.
Raunak has messed this up, and now I think it's anybody's game at this point.
Absolutely. Knight b5 coming up, maybe knight c3 check if there's going to be a rook planted on b8.
And you don't want to, okay, you can take the knight, but that bishop on d6 was the pride of white's position. And there comes the knight. And now it's a monster.
Oh, this is a very scary position for both players, and they're both around 17 seconds. What are we going to see here? Bishop f8?
They're running on empty nerves. Rook b8, preparing the sacrifices that you mentioned.
You can still do it if you. I mean, it's less good. I wouldn't do it now.
Rook f8. Yeah,
right.
Stopping the fork on d6. Yeah, knight c3 should be calculated, but he doesn't have time to calculate it. Wait,
it's like a feeling. Back rank problems. You have to be careful. Queen f5. Oh no, there's no queen f5.
There's a knight there. But you're right. Queen e7, and you can't defend the knight. Or can you? Rook f5. Oh my God, you cannot play queen e2. Rook takes g5. Black is winning. Oh my God. Muhammad is completely winning. He's up a piece. All he needs is a draw. All he needs is a draw. Queen takes g2. Another one falls. e6. Last chance by Raunak. No, this is completely winning. Oh my God.
No, you can push e7.
Queen g5 back. 6 seconds. Can he pull it off? Rook f1. Raunak doing everything he can here. Queen takes e6. Oh my God. This is not over.
Knight e4. But the queen d8 check. Rook f8.
No, a4. Luft. Oh my God. Rook f7 is coming. Rook f8.
Oh
d5.
my goodness.
White is winning. White is winning.
Oh, queen Daya, you're missing.
Queen f1. No. Oh my God. God, black is now flying again.
No way.
Oh my God, it's still a game. Somehow c4, here come the other pawns.
Oh my God, I can't watch this anymore.
I've never seen anything like this in my life. Queen e6 check.
Queen e6 check. It's over. h2.
It's over. It's over.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I think Daya, we need a breather after this.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life, and I've seen a lot of things in my life.
This was insane. I don't even know what I was looking at anymore. I was just looking at Evil Bart just going up and down, up and down. Oh my Lord.
Did black win a piece, and then white was winning again, and then the queen f1, queen f7, picking up that pawn. Are you kidding me? Like, okay, so where was the actual win for white? So at this point, d5, knight g8, rook f7 check was the win. Just rook f7 check, and it's over.
You play d6 on the next move?
Yeah, but you can also go queen f8 here.
Right.
So this move, rook f7 check, that was the blunder, because black takes an amazingly, you can't stop the pawn, but you have this. And black even had a draw here if he wanted it with queen c4.
That was insane. I don't know what to say. And do I have to remind you guys that Muradli is the winner of this match?
Oh my goodness. This is definitely the greatest comeback in JSCC history. And obviously it rivals Andrew Hong's comeback, but Hong did not complete it. Hong lost that pivotal game, whereas Muradli actually wins 2 of the first games in the overtime tiebreaker playoff and it wins 7 in a row total. This is insane.
I'm at a loss of words, Daya. This was absolutely insane, incredible. We were so close to going to Armageddon, but Muradli just takes home the win.
Incredible. Well, we will have the man himself here for an interview. We'll go on a very short break to set him up. What did we just see? You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG, an interview with the hero of today's match, Mohamed Muradli, coming just a couple seconds. Welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. He pulled off the greatest comeback in JSCC history just now, erasing a 5-point lead in the bullet, winning in the overtime playoff. International Master Mohamed Muradli is here with us for an interview. Mohamed, what is going through your head right now? What was that? What was that?
I'm so excited. Also now. Today I played bad games in Blitz. I have many good positions, but I lost some games. I played comfortable on bullet because I think already I lost and I don't have anything to lose. And that's why I can play comfortable. My opponent was very excited. That's why he did some blunders.
Right. Yeah. Congratulations, Mohamed. That was a fantastic comeback. The comeback of the century, maybe even. What was your approach to this match? Like, did you have any expectations? Were you preparing for certain lies?
As I say true, I didn't prepare much, and I see problems of it. In Najdorf H3 variation, I leave many problems, and I can say next time I must prepare too much very good if it's bigger responsibility.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Yeah, no,
it does. I must play with Arjun, yes?
I believe so. Yeah, you're playing Arjun in the next round. What are your expectations going into that match?
Playing against Arjun will be very interesting because we are same age and we played 3 classical games, 2 draw and 1 win for him. And it will be very interesting for me playing this match.
Well, you entertained us tremendously today, Mohamed. We'll let you go celebrate this amazing comeback. Thank you for all the effort. And once again, congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, Anima. As we look at the bracket, I mean, I'm going to be processing what we just saw for probably the next couple of days.
Me too, Danya. What an upset here. Mohamed played amazing games, and even if it came down to bullet in the end, but he showed that he is capable of holding down such a strong player as Raunak, and I'm very curious to see how he will be doing against Arjun.
I mean, look, he's just excited to be here. He showed that he is capable of pulling off something incredible. He had some up and down games at the start of the match. He himself admitted that he wasn't too happy with his game quality or his preparation, but he can learn from his mistakes and he gets to play another match. So that was absolutely unbelievable. And this is honestly why we watch the JSCC. This is why we hold these tournaments, because the effort that everybody puts in is so intense that it produces these kinds of segments, Anna-Maya. And you won't have to wait long for the next JSCC matchup, because we have Brandon Jacobson against the Wonder Liang coming your way very soon. I think coming your way this coming Monday, May the 2nd at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. Anna-Maya, Oh my God, we've got more matches like this.
We got more matches. We may not have another tense tiebreaker, but you never know, because even you can even have one of the big favorites playing against one of the players that qualified through this event, having playing them against each other in a tiebreak. So you never know what is going to happen, and I'm really looking forward to this next match between Brandon Jacobson and Wonder Liang.
I am as well. And unfortunately, it has come time to wrap this incredible match up. But this was the most entertainment I've probably had in months, and I'm not even exaggerating. And I hope I speak for many of us. So I'd like to thank everybody who made this production possible, starting with everybody in the chat on Twitch and YouTube. Of course, SIG, our sponsors, our producer, Matt, for another flawless broadcast, and to you, NMI, it's always a pleasure to commentate with you. Nobody I would rather watch these things unfold with.
Likewise, Zaya. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you so much to everyone in the chat for watching us. Thank you so much for Matt for helping us out wherever we need anything. And thank you so much to everyone for all the support. It was a fantastic match, and I'm very happy to have been hosting this together with you, Daya.
Me too. And with that being said, for everybody in the chat, our producer Matt, our entire team at chess.com, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and FM Anna-Maya Kazarian saying goodbye from the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG.
See you next time.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.